Dr. June? One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4.
research is required. It's why paleontology is such an exciting science. It's like we're always learning new things all the time. To mount the skeleton. Really, really cool. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. A very, very happy World Tapir Day to everyone. We actually missed it. It was yesterday. It's April 27th every year. I don't normally stream on Sundays unless I'm in the field, so, Disco Fountain? Hello.
Happy World Tapir Day, everyone.
And a happy World Tapir Day to you too, Disco Fountain. You know what that means? That means my little intervention with Stream Elements worked. The TTS didn't get stepped on. Yes, I'm really happy about that. Anywho, welcome Disco Fountain. Thank you for the 8 months of support. Happy World Tapir Day to you too. This is World Tapir Day, in parentheses, observed today, because the actual day was yesterday. But we're still going to be celebrating these incredible perissodactyl mammals today. We're going to be veering away from our dinosaur focus, which we often have on this channel. We're going to be talking about these critters that originated in the Eocene, about 10 or 15 million years after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. So yeah, it's good to have everybody here. Welcome. If it's your very first time, oh, by the way, Juiche, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. It's presumably your first time here, so let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study. Dinosaurs are what I present on at scientific conferences and what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. And we'll be doing that in basically 1 month. In 1 month's time, we'll be out in Wyoming for the entire month of June, digging up dinosaurs live on stream. And I'm going to stream close to 7 days a week, as close as I can get, weather permitting. We'll be talking about the schedule in just a little bit here, but yeah, dinosaurs are what I work on. Dinosaurs are what I dig up. That's what this channel is all about. Trying to give you an inside peek into what paleontology is really like. Trying to show you firsthand how we do fossil science. What it means, what it's all about. The whole point is to show you how paleontology works from the inside. So I'm glad you're here. Stick around and let me know if you've got any questions at all about dinosaurs in particular, or about natural history in general.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Comrade Simon, thank you for the 10 months of support. I really appreciate that. Great to have you here. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 10 months. Believe it or not, this is how I make my living as a scientist. This is how I pay the bills, is by streaming here on Twitch.
I can see that my
Golganak.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Holy cow, Golganak. 45 months now at tier 3. That is a big deal, and I appreciate it very much, Golganak. Thank you for that. One of our all-star supporters here, Golganak. Thank you for all your support over the past few years. I really appreciate it. We got a hype train going. Beautiful. Anyway, today is World Tapir Day. So we're going to be talking all about these incredible critters. And here, just to start us off, we've got other stuff to talk about before we really get into tapirs, but I found this song today, and I just really want to share it with everybody because I think you'll really like it. This is phenomenal. Take a look. It's in Japanese. It's about tapirs. I think you're really gonna like it. Here we go. the Malayan
We all
tapirs
knew.
song.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all
Non-dinosaur
be
stream.
dead.
Wood face unsubscribing.
Taddy Waddy. Unsubscribing.
Let's protect
We'll
our
talk about
forests,
dinosaurs today, too.
If they're removed, America loses them
Taddy Waddy.
forever.
I appreciate you. I know you're kidding. And Taddy Waddy, thank you. Or RTFM Major Tom Tom, I saw you talking about 2001: A Space Odyssey earlier. We will be talking about that film. I was going to do a whole thing where I was going to go, what is the highest profile film that's ever prominently featured tapirs? And it's got to be Stanley Kubrick's 1969 film, I think. 2001: A Space Odyssey. We'll be talking about that and about how to evolutionary biologists, paleontologists, zoologists, that scene almost ruins the movie. Because, well, we'll talk about why. Anywho, thank you, Major Tom Tom, for the recurring subscription. Really appreciate that. Thanks for helping keep me here online. It's a big deal. Yeah. And was that Apocalypto, Starma, as a tapir for a full second? Well, there you go. There's some bigger issues with that movie. Holy cow. But, anywho, the tapir song, the Malayan tapirs song. I love this. Check it out. Yeah. Lovely kind of bossa nova feel. Words and music by Yumi Ono. These are in Japanese.
Baku 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 baku.
Paid attention to the subtitles. Black and white, and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. This is the largest of the tapir species. There's 4 of them extant today. Used to be a lot more. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Black and white, and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. But in the zoo, they also ate potatoes. They also ate apples. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Do you know that the ear tips are white? Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. Brilliant. I love this. There we go. The Malayan tapir.
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Black Cat Lady, thank you so much for the 8 months of support. Really appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here online. Past 8 months, holy cow. I love that the bridge to this is just facts about tapirs, their classification, all that stuff. Let's continue. This song explains a day digging here at Gray Fossil Site, says Holy Goat. Tapir, tapir, tapir. I want to go to there, Holy Goat. I've not been yet. Is that in Gray Fossil Site? Is that in Nebraska or Wyoming? Gray Fossil Site. And are they all from Malaysia? No, Bush Doctor. We'll be talking about that. Tapirs first originated right here in North America. Probably not in the San Francisco Bay Area, but at least on this continent. And we have tapir fossils from the Pleistocene right here in the Bay Area, right near where my grandfather lives. There's tapir fossils that are from right there, from a few thousand years ago. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So anyway, we've got tapirs from the Bay Area, from other parts of California, from Gray, Tennessee. Thank you, Holy Goat. Well, there's a reason for me to go to Tennessee. Very cool. Tapirs from North America. This is where they first evolved. We've got tapirs from Central and South America. We have tapirs from Asia. No tapirs thus far, as I know, from Antarctica, Australia, or Africa. But North America, South America, Europe, Asia, they got tapirs. Pretty cool. Let's continue our song.
マレーバク
The Malayan
低
tapir.
木バク科
Perissodactyla
マレ
tapiridae.
ーバクは世界
The
に
largest
生息
species
す
of
る
tapir.
4種類のバクのうち最も大型の
Of the
バク
four
です
species of tapir.
よく動く花は
The proboscis of the tapir is a highly
そ
flexible
の
organ,
花を上手に使って
move in all
食
directions,
べ物を食べるのです
allowing the animal to grab foliage that would otherwise be out of reach. It's true.
バクバクバクバクバクバクバクバク
Do they like warm or temperate humid climates? They do, as our rules, and they love water. They're kind of amphibious. I love this. They're thought to eat people's nightmares. Really? Who thinks that? What in the zoo? They're eating bananas. Without peeling. Eat the peel too. Did you know that the belly is black? Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. Probably put that song a few times during today's stream. I love it so much. I'll give you the link. This is great. Lenina says, I'd sleep better at night with one around. That's what they sound like. Well, that's a duck, but you heard the squealing noise? I'll give you a link. Here we go. Yeah, yokai from Japan is based on a tapir that eats dreams. Interesting, Dimitri. I thought yokai was a, Yokai is how you say yes, sir, in Japanese, right? I've seen plenty of World War II movies. Baku, okay. Japanese dream-eating spirit. This almost looks more like a giant shrew or something. That's funny. Seems to have tusks like an elephant. Huh. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. And Moxie Drinker, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, tapirs, really, really cool animals. We'll be talking all about them today. I've been looking forward to this. Yeah, we'll be talking about tapirs in just a few minutes, but first I want to do a quick update about St. George, and but before we even do that, I want to talk about our schedule. I spent some time this weekend to update our schedule here, just in case anybody's not aware of this. When you pull up the schedule command, there are these tabs at the bottom, and you can click these to go through, and I've started scheduling things out all the way until November. So, yeah, holy cow. We're almost at the end of April right now. World Tapir Day observed, that is today. I'll be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, and then going into May. Thursday, and I might actually stream on Friday, too. We might change this. You'll notice that the entire next week, and the beginning of the week after, there are going to be no streams. Because I'm actually going to be on vacation. For the first time in years and years, and I'm really excited about this. Me and Lordy and Ios are going on a Caribbean vacation. We're going to Puerto Rico. We're going to investigate some of my family history. We're going to be looking at wildlife, taking in local culture, practicing our Spanish. Yeah. I really need to practice my Spanish, so it's going to be good for me. But, yeah, I'm going to be gone for about a week and a half. Just to let everybody know about that right now. I still have to update the actual calendar on Twitch. But all next week, no streams. I thought about bringing the mini Starlink out there so I could do some streams from that, but Lordy and Ios weren't too keen on that. They're like, Danny, you need an actual vacation. We're going to be doing a ton of streaming in June. In fact, it might be that every single day in June we'll do a stream from the field. I'm really looking forward to this, and yeah. So June, I'm going to be in Wyoming doing streams, not just Monday through Thursday, not just every weekday, but as much as I can every day of the week. 7 days a week, we're going to really try and take advantage of our fieldwork opportunities, show you what it's like to dig dinosaurs. So June is going to be jam-packed. And yes, again in the almond formation, exactly, Jody Fish. Yeah. And Nightfall the Red, I'll be taking plenty of pictures and stuff, and I might be posting some things to the Discord for once. I never post on the Discord, much to the chagrin of many people in this community. I'm sorry, I just don't usually have time for that. But check the Discord for updates and stuff. That'd be cool. Anyway, June, tons of streaming. I might take a week off at the beginning of July. We're gonna be doing some more traveling. And then it'll be office streams for a while. And then fieldwork streams from mid-July through mid-August. And then I might be going back out to the field at the end of August or the beginning of September. That's not scheduled out yet. We'll be doing a special stream for my birthday, I'm sure, on the 26th. And then October, we've got TwitchCon. 17th, 18th, and 19th. I'm going to be in San Diego for TwitchCon 2025. And then November, I don't have it on here yet, but I'm going to be taking some time off to go to SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, our big global conference for vertebrate paleontologists. And I'm going to be flying all the way to the UK for that. If all goes well, and I'm able to save up enough money, I might be able to make that an extended trip and do some live streams from the UK. Which would be really cool. Maybe visiting the dinosaurs at Crystal Palace Park at Sydenham in South London. Or maybe going to the NHM, the Natural History Museum of London. That museum. Sharing my art. Hey, thank you for the follow. Sharing my art. How you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I might have to run some fundraisers in order to be able to afford that whole trip to the UK. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. But we'll have more information on that later. I want to do like a merch drop. And if people want to buy the merch, that could help fund my trip there and fund the streams, potentially. So we'll see. We'll see. Mini Pie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. There you are. What's shaking with you? You having a good day? Yeah. Let's see. Kodali, IRL stream for the Natural History Society Museum of Maryland. Oh, very cool, Moxie Drinker. Thank you for reposting, Kodali. I wish you the best of luck with that, Moxie Drinker. That sounds really cool. Very neat. Cool stuff. Yeah. I will buy as many stickers as you are able to make, Salamander. All right. That's good to know. I wasn't really thinking about stickers at the moment. I'm gonna be printing some t-shirts, I think, live on stream. I have a t-shirt press, a screen printing press. Believe it or not, that's how I used to make my living when I was in Montana for a while. Designing and hand printing t-shirts for various museum gift shops across the state. And in other states too. I still got all that gear, and every once in a blue moon, I'll print up a shirt for myself. Something like, here, I'll show you. Let me show you some of my shirts. Mini Pie, you're taking my seat. I leave for a minute and you just... What's the big idea, huh? What's the big idea? Listen, I'm the streamer now. Listen to me. She says, subscribe and cheer with bits. I don't know why you've got that voice, Mini Pie. I guess I'm kind of doing a Captain Phillips riff. I don't even know anymore. Yeah. How you doing, Minnie? Yeah. Many of you recognize this from Fishmas this past year. Oh. And of course, Mini Pie is taking over the camera. Yeah, printed this one up after I designed it. Here's an old one. I might do a kind of a variation on this next year. Yippee-ki-yay, mother lizard. That's Maiasaura. Montana's state fossil, the good mother lizard. This is an old design. I did this back in like 2012, I think. Yeah. And here's another really old one too. The guy riding a bucking triceratops. That's actually based on Yoshi's trike. Yeah. So anyhow, but we've got some paleontologizing designs. I've got a few things in the works. So maybe some of these will be available for purchase, and maybe not. But the thing is, they'll all be hand printed by yours truly, and I can do that live on stream. So if you tune in, you can see your shirt being printed live, which I think that's a cool idea. You know, I like to think people would be excited about that. Yeah. Anyhow, I gotta. One thing I gotta do. Maybe I gotta file some paperwork, start a union, so we could say that the shirts are union made here in the USA. I also need to find a good supplier of high quality t-shirts, ideally that are produced here in the United States by union labor. So we'll see about that. That's kind of my biggest hurdle right now, is to find a good supplier for blank t-shirts here in the States, because that's not easy. If all these tariffs end up going through, t-shirt prices are going to skyrocket anyway.
Long time ago.
Looky Lucille, thanks for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you, Looky Lucille. I appreciate you. Good stuff. Thanks for your support. So that's lovely. Do you have anything in a 3-year-old size, says Moxie Drinker? That's the tricky thing, is that every time I talk about merch like this, you know, everybody wants different sizes, they want different colors. Like, this is a one-man show, this is just me doing this, and so I'm gonna try and simplify things to a reasonable extent, so that I don't end up dying during the process. Mini Pie, you're knocking my mouse off my desk. You're a menace, Mini Pie. You know, do you have children's t-shirts? Do you do infant onesies? Can I get an extra medium? But I don't even know what that is. Oh, can you print tea towels? Can I send you the dust cover from my Porsche so you can spray, like, I don't know. I'm gonna do my best not to get exasperated, but it seems like every time I talk about merch, everyone has an idea, and it makes things difficult, you know? Yeah. Anywho, sorry. Let's make sure that Mini Pie here gets some treats. I think it's time for you to get paid here, Mini Pie. Time to pay the landlord. Then we'll get into St. George stuff, and then we'll get into our tapirs. Huh? You want to hear about tapirs? It's a mammal day, Mini Pie. It's a mammal day. God, look at all those. That's too many. You're not gonna eat all those. Good stuff. Yeah. And did Minnie have a visit to the vet? She did, Nightfall the Red. Yeah, did you see the shaved patch on her arm? And her tail, probably. That wasn't, it was pretty recently. She had a trip to the vet. Yeah. Yeah, anywho. She had to have one of her teeth removed, because it had been resorbing. So she's able to chew a lot better now, which is excellent. Oh, she's doing great, Lilith Spartan. She is doing great. Yeah. Used to the arm. My big boy Oliver had the same. That had a couple times. Yeah, I think that's where they put the IV. Oh, Mini Pie. Oh.
That gives the history of life. It's very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Talia, thank you for the 7 months of support. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for keeping me here online. Yeah, Mini Pie appreciates that too. Yeah, I'm able to give her treats and stuff. Oh, Minnie. Is that right?
That means then that dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
I think that's fantastic too. Mikey likes as long as your support is also fantastic. 49 months. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And Mini Pie appreciates it as well. Don't you, Minnie? Yeah. Even if she isn't as keen to vocalize it, she definitely does appreciate it. You want some more treats? You want some more? I think we can do that. I think we can make that happen. Yeah. Look at all those. My goodness. You hit the jackpot there. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Such bounty. There's so many for you to eat. She is a good girl. She really is. Yeah. Ooh. Got 2 more. And as well as some crumbs. You gonna get the crumbs too? Last one. You didn't get it? You don't want that one? What's wrong with that one? Look. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. And Kodali says, could you put a couple new designs in the shop you currently have? Shop I currently have. I do have a merch shop, huh? Yeah, I've been thinking about taking that down just because I'm not... Frankly, the quality isn't great. And... I don't know. I guess I have that up in case anybody really desperately wants merch. But I've bought some shirts and stuff from there. I do have the mug. I've been using this for years and years, and I like it. But, I don't know. It's just not... The standards the quality is not up to my standards, so I don't really talk about that merch shop very much. Yeah. What do you think? Just like, I don't care about merch. I don't wear clothes. I'm out of here. Alright, I'll see you later, Mini Pie. Yeah. And Graham Cracker Crust says, "Hi, Danny. I met you at the St. George Dig. I was the guy from Pennsylvania. It was very nice to meet you. It's wonderful to see you here in the chat, Graham Cracker Crust. Well. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is lovely to have you here. Let me know if you got any questions or anything. We're just about to do a check-in about St. George. We're going to try and give Andrew a call here and see if he's got any updates. He actually called me yesterday.
Spared no expense.
We'll get a full update from him today, hopefully. And Lenina, thank you for gifting Graham Cracker Crust.
Tier 1 sub to Graham Cracker Crust. They
Wonderful.
have given 407 gift subs in the channel.
Appreciate you, Lenina. And look, this gets us even closer to our goal for the week. Excellent. See how it's pre-hiatus Science Outreach sub goal? Again, I'm going on hiatus next week. It'll be the first time we've missed a full week of streams since SVP last year, I guess. But yeah, ethical, sustainable shit. Thank you, Claire. I really appreciate that. I'll check that out. Yeah. Paleontologizing branded pith helmet, Nightfall the Red. They're difficult to come by, the high quality ones. You gotta get the military surplus, and yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Graham Cracker Crust, it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for your support on the St. George excavation. You heard the good news, right? We were talking with Andrew last week. Goodness, somebody's knocking stuff over there. Cats. Where did that go? Shorts. It's 6 p.m. right there in St. George. We haven't gotten an update from Andrew yet. We can try and give him a call.
In anything else worthwhile. But yeah, maybe grab some scales. Okay. Hey, Danny.
Hey, Andrew. Hey, I hope it's okay that I called. I know you're busy.
Yeah, just a second. I'm going to put you on speaker so I can hear you a little bit.
Cool.
Okay. So that was kind of a stressful meeting, but
I'm sorry to hear that.
Went
Shoot.
well, I think.
It went well? Excellent. Okay.
So they're not building the substation here anymore.
Holy cow, they've moved the substation plants? Yeah. This is great editing by Claire Burr.
Across the street from the museum. And all the rock piles that we've moved over there, we now have to move them again.
It's 6 p.m. right there. Well, that's an improvement. For those of you wondering, what are we talking about here? There.
Across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then. Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland, about this kind of emergency fossil excavation going on.
Anywho, we were really afraid that all of these fossils would end up being destroyed by bulldozers, basically, as the construction project begins. We'd been trying to get the word out about this. I went out and you know, I drove the 11 hours out there to St. George twice. Spent 2 weeks out there on 2 separate occasions. Mikey Likes, thank you for the 100 bits of support. I appreciate that, Mikey Likes. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, very, very happy about this. The city has decided they're going to move the construction site. So all of those fossils are saved. Just, we're thrilled about this. So let's go ahead and check the news.
What dinosaurs is all about until these boys come.
The Trek Nerd, thank you for the 52 months of support. Really appreciate that, Trek Nerd. I like how I've got the woman of advanced age alert for our super long-term subscribers. Getting up there in years. Thank you, Trek Nerd. 52 months is a long time. I appreciate that.
At that time, the land of the planet was clumped together in one vast supercontinent. Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
And thank you, Buttocks, for the 4 months of support. Thank you, thank you. Nothing in the news yet about this. Yeah. Huh. Let's check YouTube real quick to see if that King of Random channel has posted their video yet.
Oh, what time, oh, what fun, playing tag with your iguanodon.
And Grimwitch, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm not seeing that yet. Anyway, hopefully that'll show up there soon. Anywho, let's give Andrew a call real quick and see if we can get an update from the site. See what's been going on there since. Alright. He's a busy guy. He might not pick up. We will see.
Hi, Danny.
Andrew, how you doing?
Not bad. How about you?
Doing well, doing well. We're having a stream for World Tapir Day today, so happy World Tapir Day, Andrew.
Wow. I had no idea.
Yeah, it was yesterday, actually, but I didn't stream yesterday, so it's World Tapir Day observed today.
All right.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we're hoping for an update from the site. How are things going?
Well, believe it or not, I'm actually sitting in my office right now.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Got some time to breathe. Yeah.
Jaleesa, Hannah, and a couple of other people are kind of handling things over at the site. We have about 20 people in the quarry today.
Nice.
It's pretty nice, partly cloudy. It's cooler. The wind is picking up, so they've had to take the tarps down, the shade.
On occasions, he's called Brontosaurus.
Also, Handy Excavation has the giant rock pile in front of the quarry almost completely moved now, so that's now a slope, not a giant pile.
All right,
so we
nice.
can now, so you can see the whole quarry now from the museum. And we're going to very soon have them start working towards the northwest, getting into that big rock pile and clearing it so we can then get fencing up around the quarry.
Nice. Okay. I'll protect it from vandals.
I just heard from the city lawyer today. We're good to put fencing up around the site.
Nice.
So now we just need to find fencing, look into pricing, looking into potentially long-term rent it. I don't know much about it at the moment.
Okay.
I'm actually updating the inventory of specimens. Guesstimate, we're definitely over 950.
Holy cow! You might be at 1,000 by the end of the day.
Oh, we very well could be. There's a lot of fossils being picked up today. So, yeah,
Fantastic.
let me see. I guess
Yeah.
So anyway, we're starting to prep towards opening up the new area.
Okay.
I just sent out a request to the energy department people for the city about potentially coming over and meeting with us really quickly, just to talk about moving the substation slightly more to the east to keep it off the in-place bedrock of the track sites.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm hoping they might be able to move it just a couple of 100 feet or even 100 feet further to the east along Riverside Drive.
Right.
Would actually be flatter ground for them, and
Uh-huh.
it would mean less excavation. It actually might mean more just fill. And it would also reduce the amount of rock piles that need moving.
Nice. Okay.
So that would be a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Handy Excavation informed me today that they also managed to buy some forks for their front end loader.
Okay.
So they'll be able to move big track blocks around and put them on beams and pallets for us with a lot more. It'll be much easier.
Excellent.
Yeah, yesterday was another killer day for shark's teeth.
All right. Yeah.
It looks like another 15 to 20. And I was on the phone with Jim today, and I sent him a text of a tooth that was found on Saturday. And to me and Hunter, it looked very different. And Jim has just gotten back to us. He says it could be another species of Losotus, or it could be another genus.
So it could be a brand new shark.
Yeah, so we may have a new shark.
Holy cow, that's really exciting.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Fantastic.
Dinosaur teeth. We haven't been finding much dinosaur material, which is bizarre. It's kind of like disappeared. Anyway, they must all be like running into the rocks to hide, digging deeper.
Sure.
I don't know. They're not turning up at the moment, but there's no rush in my opinion anymore. It's like okay, we get a bit of a break.
You get to breathe easy. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be good. So this week we're just starting to come up with plans for the next phase.
Nice.
Definitely, we're going to be kind of reducing the number of volunteers that we have, especially new people. We're thinking mostly experienced people, potentially some more quarrying still through the rest of the spring. But we're really looking forward to getting that fencing up because there's still, the site's still slightly at risk. Now that people know about it, and of course, we're always worried about potential vandalism or theft of stuff from the quarry. Yeah. So we're looking forward to getting it enclosed.
Excellent.
And then we can kind of keep better tabs on things.
Right.
Yeah, it would be nice to just like take off and not worry about it.
Exactly.
But until we have it under lock and key, it's a little bit nervous.
Sure. No, that's totally
Yeah.
No, I wanted to ask you too. Given this decision made by the city to move the substation construction site, you don't have to answer this right now because you might not have the information. But who can we contact to thank about this? Because I've got a lot of very enthusiastic people in the chat who would love to write emails or send thank you cards or something to show our appreciation to the city for making that decision. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there will be a press release. So you know what, Danny, I'm giving you probably more information than I should be giving you.
Okay.
But that's okay. I actually have had people call me up and actually volunteers that listen to your podcast coming up and congratulating us in the quarry. So that is super cool.
Yeah.
So stay tuned on that, and I will get you that information. We can get that info for you, so you can share it with your listeners. And
phenomenal. We're looking forward to that. Yeah.
Anyway, there's probably a few people that, I can tell you one thing, the city lawyer and the folks at the energy department, I know that must have been probably a little rough, but I mean, it's amazing that they've made the move. They understand the city, how important this site is.
Exactly.
It's
And
phenomenal. So,
I know the
yeah.
city has been criticized for this when we thought the site was going to be destroyed. So, it's really nice that we can move to a more kind of positive feeling about this, and if we can thank them for that, then I think that's good for everybody. Yeah.
Oh, that would be amazing. Yes, I agree with you. So I'm just waiting on this press release. I imagine it's going to be pretty soon.
Nice.
Of course, we only had the meeting on late Thursday afternoon.
Right, yeah.
Coming into the weekend. So I imagine the wheels are turning with the city as they're moving towards doing something. I imagine it's already on the go.
Excellent. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we're looking forward to that. And thanks for your time, Andrew. Keep up the good work. Stay cool out there. And we'll maybe call you back tomorrow if that's okay.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
All right.
I'll be there all day.
All right. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Have a good one. Bye. All right. Excellent. Everybody, that was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, Andrew Milner. I'm really, really looking forward to being able to write some thank you notes and just show the city of St. George that we're really grateful for them listening to this. We were advocating for this for a long time. I think we were really hoping that the city would change their plans here, and they did, and I don't want to take that for granted, This could be a case study for how you deal with situations like this in the future. Other paleontologists can learn from this. Other museums might be able to take this information and use it to good ends in the future. And just on a human level, I want to show my gratitude to the people who listened to what the public had to say. This is how government should work, Really happy about this, and we have reason to celebrate, and we have reason to be grateful, and I want to express that in a way that makes a difference for the future, too. So yeah, I'm very happy about this. And I'll be, as soon as I find out, I'll be updating you, chat, all about this, and yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. The city got a few phone calls from certain members of the present administration. Wait, what do you mean, Kodali? Moxie Drinker? Huh. Yeah. I think a dinosaur might need to be named after the city of St. George, or has that already happened? I'm certainly not a dinosaur, but there might be some other fossil organism. There might be a fossil plant or something. If that exists, it's most likely in this book, Tracks in Deep Time, which I would recommend you grab a copy of if you're interested in. Yeah, here we go. Here's the link so you at least have the title of the book and everything. You can find it at thrift books. You can order it from your local independent bookseller. But Tracks in Deep Time, the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site at Johnson Farm by Jerry Harris and Andrew Milner. And you can buy it from the publisher here. University of Utah Press. Very simple website they've got. But the answer to your question is probably in this book. Again, if this whole saga has been meaningful to you, if you, like me, have been on your edge of your seat this whole time, if you care about this fossil site, really like books, that is the book to get. Yeah. Anyhow, But yeah. And if not St. George, Washington County, which might make a better name. There you go, Mikey Likes. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Trek Nerd says, it's been a long time since I've been in a good mood. Forgot what it was like. Oh, Trek Nerd. It's lovely to have a piece of positive news for once, you know? It certainly makes me happy. And I'm delighted to be able to share that with everyone and to know that this community and in some small part had a role in that decision, I'm sure. Like in the support we were able to show for this whole project. On some level, I'm sure that influenced the decision in some way. You know? Yeah. CD, shopping cart link. I'm sorry, Dr. Irrefutable. There's other ways you can hear. There. Here it is on Thrift Books. Oh, temporarily unavailable. There's probably somebody here that purchased that, but I'm not going to give you the Amazon link. Here. There we go. There we go. I remember when Pat Holroyd sent me a link from that once. The curator of vertebrate paleontology at the University of California Museum of Paleontology down here in Berkeley. She uses that site a lot. Somebody asked her, Pat, where can I find this or that? Let me Google that for you. So snarky? Oh yeah. It's a favorite among museum curators, librarians, probably IT people. Yeah. And so is this the site, the only one that can get DoorDash? Lol, says Extort. You can also get DoorDash at La Brea in Los Angeles. We were there, they're very similar in that both of these are part of cities, you know? They're both within metropolitan areas, like...
Just amazing.
In the middle of the town.
Yeah, favorite food, just me.
There we go.
Secretion.
So let's see, we went outside over here.
In a little bit. Let me text Lordy and ask where she's at. Let's see.
So yeah, La Brea, the tar pits at La Brea are in the middle of downtown Los Angeles. They're right next to Wilshire Boulevard. So it's literally Hancock Park, the Page Museum, the tar pits are right there in the middle of downtown LA. The St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is like that too. I'll see if I can show you on Google Earth if we can get this to work. There we go. Check this out. So there it is right there. This is the museum right here. This is a Smith's grocery store. This is a Taco Bell. That's where I ate the majority of my lunches, nearly all of them during this trip, and the past trip too. There is a middle school. There is a housing development. So this is, oh, this, by the way, this is the site. So this is where we were working for the past, well, the crews have been working there for the past 2 months, basically. This is in the middle of St. George, Utah. Yeah. So yeah, you could absolutely get DoorDash there, I suppose. Or you could save yourself $20 and just walk over to Taco Bell across the street, which is what I kept doing. Yeah. And more on the lot, did they end up moving it? Ask Casey. Great question. Thank you for asking. All right. So, this is right here. This is the site that we were digging. They're basically moving it, the substation, to right here. Yeah. So it's going to be directly across the street from the museum, as I understand it. So there are some piles of rocks over here that were moved during previous construction, and these are full of fossils, but they're no longer in situ. They've already been moved, so they can be moved again, and it won't be a great tragedy. It's certainly highly preferable to demolishing an in situ fossil site here. So yeah. Pretty exciting. Yeah. Dr. Hubs says you found vegetarian meals at Taco Bell? Absolutely, Dr. Hubs. What are you talking about? As somebody who doesn't really eat meat, this is not a paid sponsorship, although Taco Bell is one of the few businesses I would ever consider saying yes to a sponsorship opportunity from. Because anytime I'm on the road, if I'm driving out to the field, if I'm on my way to a paleontological excavation, and I'm in a small town somewhere, as long as it's not a tiny, tiny town, chances are they will have a Taco Bell nearby, and I know I can get a decent meat-free meal there for cheap. If I want to go super lavish, I'll get a 7-layer burrito or a black bean chalupa or something, but the vast majority of times I'm getting a cheesy bean and rice burrito and a spicy potato soft taco. Actually, usually 2 or 3 of each. That's my go-to. Classic Danny Anthusa order at Taco Bell. Yeah. Good stuff. And a bean burrito is also vegetarian. Yes, indeed, Kennedy, yeah. Yeah. Vegetarian but not vegan. True, Dr. Hubs. Yeah, there's cheese. But there's no meat. Yeah. Rice and beans make a complete protein. Exactly. Community time, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not one to lavish praise upon any corporation. But I will confess to eating at Taco Bell a lot, especially in St. George. I was so lucky because, you know, frankly, I'd walk a mile to go to Taco Bell on any given day. Like a special treat for me. I got to do that almost every day. This is the Taco Bell right here. This is the museum. This is the fossil site. This is a really busy road to cross, so sometimes I got a little dicey. But yeah, I'm pretty fast, you know? A decent sprinter for sure. So I was able to Frogger my way across the that very busy road. Anyhow, yeah. Yeah. What's usually in a veggie taco? It depends, Nightfall the Red. At different places you could get, instead of the meat, you could get tofu, you could get refried or black beans, you could get spicy diced potatoes like they have at Taco Bell. There's a lot of different options, potentially. Yeah, black beans, pinto beans. Yeah. Kind of replacing your protein at the bottom of the taco. Replacing the meat. Yeah. Anyhow. Dr. Hubs is including Yum brands. Yeah. Shoot, that reminds me. Before we get to tapirs, I hope this isn't too cynical or where was that chart showing those huge conglomerates with everything that they own. I've got it saved somewhere here on my hard drive, I think. Looking through the folder, I don't... Oh, here it is. Yeah. Check that out. So yeah, Yum Brands here, which I think is a subsidiary of PepsiCo. Yeah, there we go. Yum Brands owns all of these different fast food labels: Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, KFC, A&W, and they are themselves a subsidiary of PepsiCo. Yeah, it's nuts, the level of consolidation for these big companies. They own practically everything. It's crazy. Coca-Cola, Kraft, Nestle, Procter & Gamble, PepsiCo, General Mills, Kellogg's, Johnson & Johnson, Mars, and Unilever. They own all of these other companies, all of these other labels, brands, whatever you want to call them. Everything from Gerber baby food to Skippy peanut butter. From Jell-O brand to Listerine. It's nuts. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. So yeah, crazy and a problem, says DMWing. I mean, it would definitely be nicer on a lot of levels if we had more local production of things. Just less consolidation, you know? Instead of profits always being funneled up to the tippy top of these major corporations, just like a handful of wealthy people consuming all of these profits. If that were, you know, if a working person could actually make a decent living working a full-time job, that's the future I want, you know? Maybe someday we'll get there, but, or maybe we'll not. Maybe it'll just continue like this, things will continue to consolidate. We'll continue to ignore global climate change, and then we'll all just cook to death. I don't know. We'll see. But it won't just be us dying out. It'll be these guys too.
Although they look like pigs, tapirs are related to horses and rhinoceroses.
They're perissodactyls. Yeah. And they're highly aquatic.
Tapirs are excellent swimmers and divers.
Yeah.
They can stay underwater for several minutes.
Longer than I can. And I love how, look, that trunk that they have, they're able to just kind of tuck it up almost into their mouth in order to keep water from getting in. It's really cool how that works, you know? It's like a snorkel, kind of. Yeah. And CO2 emission, I did not see that, Casey Sauer. Have you got a link? Oh, boy.
And have a short prehensile trunk, which is really an extended nose and upper lip that they use as a snorkel.
Pretty cool.
It's one of the tricks that helps them escape their main predator, the jaguar.
Yeah.
In the water, they eat aquatic plants, wash off ticks, and cool down.
They love being in the water.
His splayed toes help create traction in the slippery mud.
Yep.
He's a bulky animal, but doesn't make much noise as he heads back into the forest to wait for cooler temperatures to start feeding again.
It's World Tapir Day today.
Not died, perhaps in some
or yesterday, rather.
No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
It's true, King Cobb 11 and Castillo 1022. Did I thank you for the follow 26 minutes ago? Thank you, Castillo. And thank you, King Cobb. I appreciate you both. Welcome to Paleontologizing, and happy World Tapir Day to you. Oh, and Dr. Tara, thank you for the paleo news. I've got some of this queued up for tomorrow, where we catch up on some fossil news. I've got inside information that there might be a new species of dinosaur being announced tomorrow as well. Maybe today. So we'll cover that on tomorrow's stream. But thank you, Dr. Tara. Anywho, yeah. And happy World Tapir Day to you too, in case you know where. Yeah. And Bonabinoids. And that was Automod that flagged your post, and it was because you used an acronym in there that's short for cuss word. It's Automod will do that. It's automatic. Don't sweat it. Yeah. Yeah. Those of you who weren't here for the song at the beginning, I kind of want to play this one more time. It's so good. A song in Japanese about tapirs for World Tapir Day. It's adorable, Lidina. I love this. Words and music by Yumi Ono. That's how you say tapir in Japanese. Baku. Black and white. And a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. It's the largest of the tapir species. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. Is that true? But in the zoo, they also eat potatoes. They also eat apples. Here's a really neat piece of art that I saw yesterday on Blue Sky, which was World Tapir Day. Today we recognize one of the world's prized forest gems, the tapir. Tapirs play a critical role in their ecosystems as they are vital recyclers contributing to landscape soil vitality. Really, really cool illustration here. Different types of tapirs. We've got the Malayan tapir. The Malayan tapir. Versadactyl tapir day. The largest tapir. That's this right here. We also have the Baird's tapir, the mountain tapir, and the South American tapir. All of these are either endangered or vulnerable to extinction. 4 living species. There used to be way more. We'll be talking a little bit about their prehistory, about their phylogenetic relationships, where they belong on the evolutionary family tree, why they're so special, and why they're in need of protection. Definitely gonna have sweet dreams after this, is Nellium. It's a great song, isn't it? I love it. And Deathsaurus, I've not heard about that. That's bonkers. Nuts. Jim Furno says, I'm eating a baked potato right now for the tapirs. There you go, Jim Furno. Anybody eating nightmares right now? They're said to eat nightmares, right? That's the sound they make. They're so cool. You gotta love them. And here is a link to that video. I love that song. I just found that today, and it's so nice to be able to share it with everybody. Now, baby tapirs are absolutely adorable. They really do look like they're straight out of the Eocene. And they're so... They look so distinct from other mammals. One of the reasons why I like them so much. Just superficially, they look like they're from the Paleogene period. Which they are. That's when they originated. Yeah. Look at that critter, a little baby tapir. So they've got those like watermelon stripes on them. Later on in ontogeny, later on as they're maturing, they lose those stripes and they get their adult coloration. But look how adorable this critter is. Like, oh, do I smell food? Oh, well, well. Yeah. We'll be unveiling the baby in the back. Thank you for coming during the tour. And Tone Rebellion, we'll be talking about that too. I've got that queued up for today's agenda. We'll be talking about 2001: A Space Odyssey and how that was a major goof in that film. That wiggly snoot, yeah, the proboscis that they have, it's so cool. So here, this wiggly snoot here, yeah, that proboscis, extends off the front of their snout here. So this is a 3D print of a tapir skull. I think this is actually an extinct tapir here. This might be our Californian tapir, Tapirus merriami. But, or maybe it's Tapirus veruensis? I forget. But, that's that proboscis comes up the front of the snout right there. And you can actually see, those are the nares, the nostrils. And thank you, George from New York. I appreciate that. Oh, and Dinosaur Dave, how did I miss that earlier? I'm sorry. 145 bits. Thank you for cheering, Dinosaur Dave. Paleontologizing, extinct wombat relative that some people think had a tapir-like trunk. Very tapir-like. Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Let's take a look at that and let's compare it to our tapir skull. Paleontologizing's skull. That is tapir-like, yeah. It's got that same elongated rostrum here, with the teeth at the far end. It's got that same toothless diastema here, so no teeth in this part of the jaw, like between the maxilla and the premaxilla. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Although it's got eyes way up at the top of its head, tapirs have them down here. So this is the orbit. The eye socket is right there on a tapir. Yeah. Interesting. Probably had a similar kind of lifestyle, I would imagine. Really neat, Dinosaur Dave. Thanks for letting us know. I was not familiar with this critter. Paleontologizing. Interesting. And yeah, there is it's a big snooty wombat. May have had a trunk. Pretty neat. Most Aussies don't even know it. Yeah, I wasn't aware of it. Not that I'm an Aussie, but yeah. Huh. Pretty cool. Mount Isa, they have a skull there. Nice. Yeah. Here's another reconstruction of it without a trunk. Interesting. Very interesting. What a neat, weird animal. Another depiction of it right here. And that is just straight up a tapir skull. This isn't Paleontologizing, this is a tapir. I bet you can get, like, I bet you bone clones or somebody like that. I bet you can get a tapir skull. Maybe not. Shoot. There. Tapir skull. Holy moly. Alright, Skulls Unlimited. Yeah, Malayan tapir skull, Brazilian tapir skull. Brazilian tapir is probably the mountain tapir. Yeah. But yeah, $531. Holy moly. That's, Ooh. Oh boy. I'm sure it's a beautiful replica. Just like exquisitely well produced, perfect in every detail. Mine's not quite as perfect, but man, it didn't cost me $500. I 3D printed this years and years ago. This is actually one of the first large 3D prints I ever did. Yeah. But really cool to know that you can get like a beautiful tapir skull replica. I really hope that these being available for purchase online, maybe that'll help drive down the demand for real tapir skulls, because all 4 living species of tapir are either vulnerable or endangered. They're critters that really need our help. It's stuff like overhunting and habitat destruction that are threatening their survival, driving down their numbers. We'll talk about that too. Yeah. And Dr. Terrace says, I have a question. What makes the tapir decide that swimming is a good decision for an escape route? Well, its predators being tigers or jaguars, both known as the best swimming large cats. Low documented official case of predation. So that's just something that tapirs have been doing for a long time. They're really well equipped for swimming, and so that's just something that they do. They also do it to thermoregulate, to keep cool. A jaguar is not as good at swimming as a tapir is. So like, you put a jaguar and a tapir in an Olympic swimming pool, and you have them race, that tapir is going to win that race 10 out of 10 times. Whereas on land, a tapir is going to be faster than a jaguar or a tiger moving in a straight line, but those cats can ambush really well, and in short bursts they're pretty fast too. But in the water, it's no contest. That tapir is getting away. Yeah. They are excellent swimmers. There. Trying to find a video of some tapirs swimming. Let's take a look at this.
Tapir.
Is this is the same one that we saw? Hang on. Yeah. Tapirs underwater. These ones are just goofing around. I think this is a Baird's tapir. They're so funny. Oh, I love them. But very comfortable in the water. And, Bean Bougie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And from the back, they look a lot like a hippo, says Gooberfish, which is interesting because they are not closely related to hippos at all. They're much closer to rhinos and then to horses. So they're part of Perissodactyla, which is the group of mammals that includes Ceratotheria, which is tapirs and rhinos, and then Equidae, horses. Yeah, super cool. Yeah, we'll look up tapirs on our Tree of Life here. Let's jump to mammals first of all. There we go. We've got our mammals. Now from here, let's jump to Perissodactyla. The odd-toed ungulates. So here. Artiodactyla and Perissodactyla. So... Oh, that's a lovely graphic. I wish it weren't on Facebook. Let me see if I can open it anyway. There we go. Got it. Ungulates are your hoofed mammals. Here, I'll play a song for you. What's your favorite ungulate? There we go. It's a kid's song, but it's fun, and I think you'll like it. Talking about ungulates, hoofed mammals. And hang on, I think we can go ahead and do this. Flip horizontal. There we go. It'll be fine. The video is goofy, but I heard this song on the community radio in Bozeman, Montana when I was there. Tapirs. These are all hoofed mammals. Some llamas are artiodactyls. We'll get into the difference in a minute here. This song may have been produced before we realized that whales are a kind of ungulate. Whales are a kind of hoofed mammal. Hogan says, mine's a whale. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. How did you flip it, but it still looks weird to you? It's in my broadcasting software, in OBS, Oreo Byte. Oh. Anywho. You get the idea. What's your favorite ungulate, chat? I like to say that my favorite ungulates, and again, ungulates are these animals. All of the hoofed animals. Hoofed mammals, rather. Whether or not these two actually form a clade, Artiodactyla and Perissodactyla, I think that's still being debated by phylogeneticists and mammalogists. But for today's purposes, we'll say that they are clade. Artiodactyla and Perissodactyla, we'll call them a clade. Pain ungulata, we'll call them. So you've got two major groups. Ungulata is split into two major clades. The Artiodactyls and the Perissodactyls. Perissodactyls include our beloved tapir here. Also rhinos, and horses and their relatives. Artiodactyla, these are the cloven-hoofed mammals, or the even-toed ungulates. So this includes things with cloven hoofs, things like pigs, cows, deer, also hippos and whales. Whales actually evolved from a cloven-hoofed ungulate on land. These guys, around the same time that tapirs evolved, you had the first whales starting to do their thing. They took to the water and never looked back. So we've got fossils of every one of these critters: Ambulocetus, Cuchicitus, Remingtonocetus, Myocetus, so on and so forth, as you get into the, like, proper whales coming up here. Like Dorudon. Yeah. So Murph says favorite ungulate is a caribou. Dr. Hub says llama. Moose, says Kelladon K. Gene1 says red deer. Very cool. Yeah. And Nightfall the Red says, is there a difference between the two? Odd versus even toe? Yes. Here. Here we go. So, perissodactyls, the odd-toed ungulates. Odd doesn't mean weird. Odd means an odd number. So they either have 3 toes, an odd number, or 1 toe, an even number. So tapirs have got 3 toes. Horses have 1. Those are both odd numbers, so odd-toed ungulates. Artiodactyls are even-toed ungulates. They either have 4 toes or 2. So peccaries, camels, deer, hippos have 4. Yeah, does that make sense? And so we'll look at them on our Tree of Life. We've got the odd-toed ungulates here. Perissodactyls all have either 1 toe, like zebras and horses, or 3, like tapirs and rhinos. I think we're talking about the hind foot as well, because I think tapirs actually have 4 on the front, but it's 3 on the back. The back is what counts. The back is what we're paying attention to. And then you've got your artiodactyls, who are... Where's our artiodactyls? Here we go. Cloven-hoofed ungulates. Yeah. So either 2 or 4 toes on giraffes, bison, deer, hippos, goats, pigs, and whales? Yeah. Yes, indeed. So anyway, today we're focusing on the perissodactyls. These are the odd-toed ungulates. Rhinos, horses, and tapirs. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. I barely got that joke, Mayor Space. Oh boy. That wasn't a swing and a miss, but that was definitely a foul ball there on my part. Or on your part. Is a hippo an ungulate? It is, Niffler, yeah. So hippos are part of Artiodactyla. So hippos, right here, the cloven-hoofed ungulates. That includes our hippos. And they are up here. So this group is called Whippomorpha. That's like a portmanteau of whale and hippo. Whippo. So hippos belong to this clade right there. And then up here you've got your whales, your cetacea, whales, dolphins, porpoises. So the closest living relatives of whales are hippos. Yeah, so hippo is indeed an ungulate, Niffler. Yeah, they are an artiodactyl, an even-toed ungulate, or cloven-hoofed ungulate. Hippos right there, ungulates. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, and there you go, Mayor's best jokes, sure. Where were we? Oh yeah.
朝測ったら 13.5 キロまで成長しました。
13.5 kilos. Good weight for a little tapir. And here you can see they've got on the front 1, 2, 3, 4 on the front. Some of the odd-toed ungulates actually have 4 fingers, but they've got 3 toes in the back. That's what matters. Oh. Wombat Hole says, I'm confused where aardvarks sit. Aardvarks are nowhere close. Aardvarks are not ungulates. Aardvarks are a kind of atlantogenatin mammal. They're related to elephants and the other Afrotheres. Here. Afrotheria is where the aardvarks are. They're gonna be way over there. So, Afrotheria is this clade. That's elephants, elephant shrews, golden moles, sengis, and aardvarks. So aardvarks are right there. They're their own weird species. They're the last of their kind. The only member of their family, aardvarks. So they're related to elephants and manatees as well. Yeah. So this is a pretty cool group. Afrotheria. They're weird. So called because, well, their stronghold today is Africa, and that seems to be where they originated. Whereas perissodactyls the tapirs, rhinos, and horses, these guys evolved right here in North America. Not necessarily in the San Francisco Bay Area, but here in North America is where these guys evolved. It's kind of odd to think about rhinos and horses and tapirs being American originals, but they very much are. They first evolved right here on the North American continent. So yeah. Maybe Xenarthran isn't wrong. Oh, salamander aardvarks used to be thought to be Xenarthrans, I think. And now it's like, nope, they don't actually fit there. The DNA doesn't tell that story, nor do the fossils. Same with pangolins, were once thought to be Xenarthrans. No longer. Yeah. And short moronic brontophere. The tapirs are the second best perissodactyls. Who's the first best? Short moronic brontophere. Who's the first best? I think I know. Take a guess. Yeah. Yeah. Perissodactyls used to be so much more common. It's a shame there aren't as many species nowadays. So brontopheres are this ancient group of perissodactyls. They're probably part of Ceratotheria, I think. So they're part of the same clade as tapirs and rhinoceros. They're superficially very rhinoceros-like. But yeah, this is a cool group of mammals that, oh man, they're neat. They're very, very cool. Brontotheridae. They're part of Ceratotheria, right? Perissodactyla, Brontotheridae. Yeah. Classification. Phylogenetic analyses have recovered them to lie outside the clade containing Chalicotheres, rhinoceroses, tapirs, and horses. Oh. Or more closely related to Chalicotheres, so they're probably not part of Ceratotheria. Interesting. Again, I'm a dinosaur guy. I don't know my Cenozoic mammal phylogeny very well. But anywho, it's good to have you here, short moronic brontothere. It sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And happy World Tapir Day to you. We're only one day late, but I don't typically stream on weekends. At least not. When I'm in the field, I'll stream on weekends, but not when I'm in my office. Code Discovery, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. And all the native South American ungulates went extinct, says Diagonal. Yeah, I guess so, huh? The Nodo ungulates? Yeah. Clockwork Ninja, thank you for the 36 months of support.
A tier 1 sub to short_moronic_brontada.
Oh, Murph, thank you for that gift sub there.
Reptiles own the skies,
Good aim there,
the land,
Murph.
and the sea. And the
Happy
greatest of all
belated
the
taper day.
reptiles
I
were
saw
the
an okapi
dinosaurs.
the other day, which is like a tall taper, but not really.
But not really. You're right, because okapi are they're part of Giraffidae, so they're artiodactyls. They're closely related to giraffes. Here. Okapi are they're closest to living relatives of the giraffes. So they're going to be outside of Perissodactyla with an Artiodactyla. There's the okapi, and there's the giraffes. They are sister taxa. Anyway, Diagonal was talking about the South American native ungulates, the Nodo ungulates, which means southern ungulates, and unfortunately, they are extinct now. R.I.P. to the Nodo ungulates. Let's get some F's in the chat for the Nodo ungulates. It's like Toxodon and its relatives. These weird rabbity-looking guys that are not rabbits. They're Nodo ungulates. Nodo ungulata. So until the end of the Pleistocene. Holy cow. They're probably victims of human encroachment, honestly. I hope this isn't too cheeky or snarky. I do feel genuinely bad for the Nodo ungulates. Yeah, were they the size of rabbits? Some of them were, being bougie, and some of them were much, much larger. Again, things like Toxodon were enormous. Old Chucky D actually dug some of these up on his, during the voyage of the Beagle. Old Charlie Darby himself was digging up Toxodon. I think he may have collected the original specimens that were described by Richard Owen. Toxodon was big. Yeah, so like the size of a horse, maybe? Or a small hippo? These guys are big. It's not a particularly appealing,
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Moose, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Anyway, you get the idea. Yeah. So some of them were really big and some of them were small, like rabbits. To answer your question there, being bougie. Good question. Tapir Facts, Care Bear Bonfire, you're in the right place. Welcome. Happy World Tapir Day. Bronte Deer says, absolutely cursed animals. I love them. Yes, they are, they're not winning any beauty contests anytime soon. This one in particular is like, I'm showing off my gross teeth. And this one's like, oh, look at me, I'm walking through the mud. I'm filthy. I smell terrible. Yeah. Toxodon, ladies and gentlemen. What a wild skeleton, too. Like, you're so robust. What are you doing? So many mammals are like this. It's like, why do you feel the need to have such a robust skeleton? You're so clunky, you know? They're like American cars. It's like, why do you need to be that big? It doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah. Anywho, I can practically smell them, says Salamander. Yeah. And the critter was making the phlegm response. Yes, indeed, Claire Bird. And that's something that tapirs do. When a tapir does it, you know it. Sometimes they'll do this, where they'll curl up their proboscis like this, and there's an organ that a lot of mammals have that allows them to pick up pheromones more easily. Sometimes you'll see a cat do this, or even a dog. I think it's easy to recognize in cats. Well, they'll kind of go like, they're not hissing, but like if you see a cat stick its nose up against another cat's butt, sometimes they'll go like, that's not expressing disgust or anything. That's the phlegm response. When tapirs do it, and they do it a lot, it's easy to recognize. Yeah. You ever noticed your cat pulling this face? There's a lion doing that. This behavior is called the phlegm response. Animals do this to investigate smells in their environment. I think it's mostly mammals, if not exclusively mammals, that do this nowadays. But this isn't just sniffing. It's sniffing in high resolution, yeah. Is it the Jacobson's organ? It opens up two tiny ducts in the roof of its mouth that connect with the vomeral nasal organ. There we go. The information processed by this organ lies somewhere in between the sense of smell and taste. Yep. It's used to investigate other members of their own species. To help with mating, marking territory, and communication. Cool stuff. Yeah. I want to say there was a good video about this somewhere. Where was it? But lots and lots of different mammals will do this. Here's bison doing this. There we go. He's kind of opening his mouth. You can see that. It's subtle. There's a dog doing that. And horse is doing it as the best. Yeah, well, I would say tapir is doing it as the best, but yeah. Here, is this the one with the?
When you sign up today.
There we go.
You may have seen your domestic cat at home make a face similar to this and wonder, what are they doing? We like to call this stinky face, but the technical term is phlegm response or phlegm reaction.
Yep.
This happens when they actually like the smell and they want to further investigate what that odor is.
Yeah.
This face allows them to taste the good smell and gather more information about it. A cat will open its mouth, allowing the scent to reach high into the roof of their mouth, where there's a secondary scent device called the varonasal organ, also known as the Jacobson's organ. This
There we
specialized
go.
sac has a large blood supply
that right.
and is lined with olfactory receptor cells that amplifies the cat's sense of smell.
Yeah, and there you go, Claire. This was the SciShow one, I thought. Yeah.
If you're a cat person like me, you've probably seen your furry friend looking disgusted with you. There's this face they make, like with the wrinkled up nose, the curled back lip, and the open mouth, that looks like they're just absolutely revolted. Good news, your cat doesn't actually think you're gross. Or if they do, that face isn't how they show it. That sneer is actually what's known as the flamen response, and it gives cats and other animals like horses, llamas, dogs, and giraffes a supercharged
tapirs.
way to smell the environment around them. While it might look like...
Oh, and hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? My goodness. What's shaking with you, sweetie? You've come to join us too? Yeah, here, let's continue the video for now.
Cats are expressing their distaste. What they're actually doing with that face is sniffing using a specialized organ called the vomeronasal organ. It sits kind of underneath the nose in the roof of the mouth, and it's actually connected to the mouth by small fluid-filled ducts called nasopalatine canals. If you look in your cat's mouth, you can even see the ends of these. They're behind the sharp incisors. So good.
Oh, wait. Can we see that? Uh-oh, sweetie pie. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can we see inside your mouth? Can I look in there? Can I look? No, you're not going to let me do that? Okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Luck getting a cat to sit still while you, like, take a look at the inside of its mouth. Anyway, because of the fluid in these ducts, scents don't passively drift up there. So to sniff, airborne scents have to be taken in through the mouth, dissolved in fluid, and then pumped up until they come into contact with the organ's sensory cells. And that is where that funny face comes in. When a cat or...
So that's what you're doing, sweetie pie? I didn't know that. It's a complicated process. Gotta pull in the air, and then you have to dilute it in some liquid, and then it has to go into another organ. That's a lot of work. I can see why you sleep all the time. It's a lot of work you gotta do.
Or giraffe or horse pulls back their lips into the grimace of the flamen response, they're opening up those canals and starting the pumping action to take a deeper whiff. They could just rely on their nose, but the vomeronasal organ has its own set of chemical receptors, so it can smell different smells. This system is primarily used to detect scent signals from members of their own species, though different animals and even different sexes of the same animal can use this secondary smelling system in different ways. And that might explain why people tend to associate the flamen face with cats and horses more than with dogs, even though all of them can sniff this way. In case you're wondering, though, you cannot. Humans lost all of those nasopalatine ducts a long time ago, and while there are some remnant cavities where your vomeronasal organs once were, it's been a while since they could detect anything. Which is all to say, don't worry if your cats are making weird faces at you. They don't hate you, but they might think you smell. Thanks for asking, Paul G, and thanks to all of our patrons on Patreon who...
Anyway, good stuff. Here's a link to that video from SciShow. I don't think I have anything for Sweetie Pie to smell to make her do that face, but we can at least hold the camera up nice and close now that we've got that extra long camera arm. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? What do you think? Huh? Yeah. Alright. Do you want some treats? Is that what you're here for? Yeah, Sweetie Pie wants to get paid. Okay. Okay, let's make that happen. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Look at those. Wow, good stuff. We need to tighten those up. That right there. I think I can tighten those. for this. Try that out. Kind of works. Not as well as I would hope. Alright, what do you think, sweetie pie? Yeah? Oh, 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 oh. Look at that chip. Look at that kitty chip. Yeah. You want more treats? Is that what you want? You want more? Okay, I think we can make that happen. I think we can make that a reality for you. You twisted my arm. Yeah. There we go. There's a bunch more for you. Another sacrifice. There you go. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. Yeah. Oh, good stuff. More is less, says Andon. Whatever kind of logic she can use to get more treats, she'll use it. Oh, sweetie pie. So anyway, cats are a kind of carnivorous mammal. They are not ungulates. They are, they're related to... Well, cats are related to other cat-like carnivorans. And then more distantly, they're related to the dog-like carnivorans, which include bears and dogs and stuff like that. So Sweetie Pie here is more closely related to a pangolin, actually, than she is to, like, a tapir. Pangolins, group Pholidota, are, yeah, they're... Pholidota? Is that right? Anyway. They're close to the ungulates, but not... They're not ungulates themselves. Yeah. And pangolin, yeah, we missed International Pangolin Day this year. It was in February. I think at the end of February. We had other stuff going on. I think maybe I was going to St. George at the time. But yeah. Anyhow, I'm hoping this is going to be useful on my trip. I just use that for adjusting our cat cam. But, oh, wrong button. There we go. Little multi-tool that I got. Given that I can't bring a knife with me on the plane, I usually always carry a knife or a multi-tool with me. Here's an air travel safe one that I can also use as a carabiner if I need any for like car keys and stuff for the trip. It'll be nice. It's got a nail puller, screwdriver, a little awl, a ruler, bottle opener. This is a little thing you can use to cut string or whatever. Should be a useful little implement. I like to carry tools with me whenever I go, and anytime I get on a plane, it's like, well, shoot, I can't bring half the stuff that I have with me all the time now. So, a little thing that I got, I think it'll be useful for the trip. Again, for anybody who joined us after the first hour of stream today, I'm going to be gone all of next week, and part of the week after. I'm going on a vacation. First real vacation in years and years. And I'm excited about it. I'm leaving with Ios and Lordy, and we're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be really nice. up to the camera too. There we go. That's better. Yeah. And I'm not going to be in Belize, Claire, but I appreciate the thought. You know who is in Belize, however? Grace the tapir.
Today we are at the Belize Zoo to meet one of its newest members, a tapir calf named Grace. Grace was rescued in the La Gracia community. Reports are that she was separated from her mother because of a wildfire. Newborn tapirs sport a cute brown coat adorned
I did have this
with
ready,
white
Claire, yeah.
spots and stripes.
Yeah.
These markings act as a natural camouflage, helping them blend into their surroundings and stay safe from predators. Over time, these spots and stripes gradually fade away, usually disappearing within 5 to 6 months. Yep. This is Grace's makeshift habitat, behind the scenes at the Belize Zoo, where only her caretakers have access to her. We arrived just in time to see Grace's caretakers in action during her feeding time. A routine they follow every 3 hours, day and night. Grace eagerly drinks down 2 bottles of specially formulated milk at each feeding, ensuring she grows up healthy and strong. Dr. Celso Pott, the managing director at the Belize Zoo and Tropical Education Center, oversees her care.
You know that tapirs have a special place in our heart, in Belizeans' heart. It's our representative national animal. April was in the house of many people. Many kids came to the zoo to celebrate April birthday. So when we rescue a tapir, it's always a significant achievement for us. We've had 2 baby tapirs at the zoo before, so we have experience in raising tapir calves.
Grace spent a week at the Belize Wildlife and Referral Clinic before moving to her new home at the zoo. As a young calf, she needs human care, which means she'll form a close bond with her caregivers. This strong connection makes it challenging to her return to the wild.
Tapirs stay with their spotted skin their spotted marks for at least 6 months. They stay with their mom for a year to a year and a half, learning the way how to be a tapir. And so when you have a calf like this coming to us at 2 weeks, a month old, we have to teach them. You know, you just witnessed the battle feeding. You know, we used to battle feed every 2 hours. Now with the battle feed every 3 hours. It's 2 baba, it's half liter milk replacer. So they become dependent on us. So it's very unlikely that Grace would be released back into the wild.
But there's no need to worry. Grace is now part of a loving tapir family.
Welcome to Paleontologizing.
She gets all the care and attention she needs, including those essential tummy and back rubs after every feeding. These gentle strokes help Grace relax completely. She slowly folds her rear legs and then flops onto her side, enjoying the pure bliss of being pampered.
At this age, she's doing very well, very healthy, very feisty. She's always looking out for the food she's getting, the milk replacer. We also provide her with little enrichment so that you have the balls in there where she could kick around, bounce around, and we provide her with light fruits. And so she's doing very healthy, very highly likely that she will survive.
People may want to know when, estimate, will they be able to meet baby Grace?
So, as with all animals we receive at the zoo, all intakes, we have to make sure they pass the quarantine period. We have to make sure they're healthy, that they're going to survive. In terms of Grace, we have a big day coming up, Global Tapir Day, April 27th. So,
yesterday.
Reporting for News 5, I am Paul Lopez.
Nice. And thank you, Alex Vixen. National Symbols of Belize. I don't think I have this flag, or I would have put it up today in the background. But yes, indeed, national animal of Belize is the tapir. The Baird's tapir. I think Tapirus bairdi? Okay, let's look them up on our Tree of Life. Baird's tapir here. We're way far from giraffes. There we go. Baird's tapir. Tapirus bairdi. So what's funny is the genus and species they have are incorrect. This is this is incorrect. Tapirus bairdi is the genus and species for the Baird's tapir. This is an endangered animal, as is the lowland tapir. There's a juvenile there with the striping. The mountain tapir, also endangered. And the Asian tapir, also known as the Malayan tapir. By some accounts, they're vulnerable, but here they're listed as endangered. Yowza. So, only 4 living species of tapir, and they are all endangered, according to this resource online. Yeah. Yeah. These are critters that are seriously in need of our help. Again, here's a lovely graphic from Blue Sky here. I want to share this actually. Really nice. Here, anyway, if you have Blue Sky, you can access the link. But check that out. 4 living species of tapir. There's the relative sizes. Beautiful illustration. And that reminds me, shoot. Let's do a quick Blue Sky post. Do a Hamlet thing here. Yeah. Control print screen. Let's see if that looks any good. Yeah, that'll work. We can run with that. What I'm trying to do, like this. There we go. Let's save that and post it. Post. Happy belated World Tapir Day. So we're celebrating these adorable, fascinating Perissodactyls on today's Twitch stream. Their biology, evolution, fossil record, and conservation. Join us at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Yeah. And for the alt text, screenshot from Twitch stream of me holding a 3D printed tapir skull, Hamlet style. Alas, poor Papyrus. I knew him, Horatio. There we go. In the background of my office are various framed prints of tapir illustrations from wildlife books and scientific papers. Twitch chat is on the right side of the screenshot. There we go. Yeah. There we go.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. Yeah. Malayan tapirs are so Oreo, says Golganek. Agreed. Alright, here is a link to that post right there, if you'd like to engage with it. For whatever reason. There we go. Yeah. Just followed me on Blue Sky. Thank you, Aditya. I appreciate that. And thank you to everybody who's engaged with the post already. Good stuff. Yeah. Now let's see what other people have posted about World Tapir Day. It's a Baird's Tapir at here in Costa Rica, doing the Flemin response right there. They do this a lot. Oh man. And there's Groove-billed Ani. It's the bird sitting on top there. Very cool. Point Defiance Zoo and Aquarium. Adorable, like, fresh baby tapir. Probably just born not too long before that. Yeah. Kilnuke says, can a small monkey ride one? Presumably, yeah. Yeah, if they'd put up with that. Here, sound up for this. Tapir ASMR. They've got some serious teeth on them. Tapir ASMR for World Tapir Day, featuring Mom Yuna enjoying snacks. Adult tapirs usually have 42 to 44 teeth, evolved for chewing tough vegetation. Good stuff. Lino cut tapirs here. These are beautiful. Excellent. Here's the one I shared with you earlier. Love this illustration of these different tapirs. Are really nice. Such beautiful artwork that people have done. This is lovely. Look at that. They're the only members of Perissodactyla that have a trunk, at least nowadays, Alex Vixen. There were surely others back in the day, but Perissodactyls used to be far more widespread than they are today. Oh, the Comte de Buffon, yes! I recently read a book about Buffon, and these are illustrations of tapirs from his book. A little too svelte here, but not the worst. Aww. Good stuff. Yeah. And Evie XB says, love me some tapirs. Well, this is the stream for you. You're in the right place, Evie. Welcome, welcome. And Marika, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Let's watch a little video about tapirs real quick. Here we go. Let's watch the Animal Fact Files video. They always do good stuff.
Strange-looking animals look kind of like a pig and an anteater had a baby, but tapirs are most closely related to horses and rhinos.
Yep,
There are
rhinos
4
especially.
accepted species of tapir. A 5th species has been proposed, but its classification is currently still debated. 3 tapir species live in Central and South America, while the 4th species is found in Asia.
And these are just our modern tapirs, by the way. Until recently, until just a few thousand years ago, like during the Pleistocene, we had tapirs right here in North America, including one here in California, Tapirus merriami, the California tapir. There are fossils of this critter from, well, again, from right here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. There's specimen search. Let me find that. There we go. Tapirus. And then let's do county. Let's do Contra Costa County, which is where I grew up, here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Contra Costa County. Search. There we go, right there. Tapirus merriami. This is a tapir tooth that was found in Concord, California. Not Concord, it's pronounced Concord. That's where Concord is, in the East Bay. So, SF Bay area map. That'll work. Yeah. So, San Francisco Bay Area. Here's the Pacific Ocean. Here's San Francisco Bay. Oakland, Berkeley, San Francisco. There's Concord. Right there. So, this specimen is a tapir tooth. And that was found right there in Concord, California. Date collected April 18th, 1947. Yeah, from the Port Chicago locality. Port Chicago is the name of, this is like a military port. There was a huge explosion there in World War II. It was a massive tragedy. Yeah, so this would have been like a couple years after that. But anyhow, yeah. So we got teeth and a denary fragment from this critter. Tapir is right here in California, just a few thousand years ago during the Pleistocene. Marika says, do you know the tapir Pokemon? Drowse? I do not. No. I guess I gotta look that up. Okay, interesting. Walking around on 2 legs? Huh. But yeah, it does look like it's supposed to be a tapir. They got the number of toes wrong, though. They're perissodactyl, so they've got 3 toes on the back. That's like a key feature. They got that wrong. Yeah. They gave him like an artiodactyl thing with a cloven hoof. Anyhow. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, the real critters are super neat.
That might seem a little strange. How did such a big animal basically end up on the other side of the world?
They used to be all over the place.
Ancestors have been around for millions of years. There's evidence to suggest that tapirs have, at one point or another, lived on all the continents, sans Antarctica.
Oh boy.
And those living today are the remaining lineages. One just happens to be in Asia, while the rest,
I'm sorry, what did she say?
one point or another, lived on all the continents, sans Antarctica.
No, I don't think that's true. I don't think tapir fossils have been found in Australia, or in Africa, or Antarctica. I think they're only known from North and South America. They first evolved in North America. They're known from South America too, and from Europe and Asia. I don't think they've been found in Oceania, or Africa, or Antarctica. I think that's wrong. Let's look it up, actually. Tapir. Tapirs migrated into South America during the Pleistocene from North America after the formation of the Isthmus of Panama. They were formerly present across North America, but became extinct in the region at the end of the late Pleistocene around 12,000 years ago. So last Thursday, geologically speaking. Super recently, these guys went extinct in North America. Yeah, evolution and natural history. Here we go. So, Prototapirus is known from Europe. Tapirus became extinct in Europe around the end of the Pliocene. Longer ago than I thought. I don't think there's any known from Africa or Australia. We can do a keyword search here. The word Africa does not show up. That's the only place that Australia shows up, because that's the name of a journal. That's an interesting article. We're not going to look at that here. Antarctica? No. Yeah. So yeah. 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 They're not from Africa. Or Oceania, Australia, New Zealand, or Antarctica. Which is kind of funny because... Is anybody here a fan of the film 2001: A Space Odyssey? You probably remember this scene here. With the hominids and the tapirs. This is supposed to take place in East Africa. Tapirs do not exist in Africa, nor have they ever. So, 2001: A Space Odyssey, here. Just absolutely iconic film. The black monolith of cinema. I've never had the pleasure of seeing this in the theater, but someday I'd love to. Anyway, great film. Incredible attention to detail placed on so many different aspects of this film. Stanley Kubrick is a notoriously difficult director. Stanley Kubrick. There's all of these stories of him making actors do 100 different takes of something as simple as, like, picking up a phone. Stuff like that. Just incredibly finicky, precise. He's a guy who knows exactly what he wants. Kubrick was a nut, but great artists so often are. That's true, George from New York, yeah. Yeah. Pure cinema. Sure. So extraordinarily high praise for that film. Just the level of high-strung, artistic precision in so many different details of this film must have been insane. You know, must have just been nuts. And yet, tapirs in Africa. What? Yeah. And I don't know if that's a leopard or a jaguar, but that might have been wrong too. Anywho. Yeah. You all saw this at the beginning of today's stream during our cold open video, of course. But, yeah. At the beginning, tapirs playing a prominent role right there on the soundstage. I always find it really amusing that here's a director who is infamous for being extraordinarily precise. Every last single detail must be perfect for him to be satisfied. And then he has tapirs in Africa. Like, what? It would be like, I don't know, setting a film in North America and then there's kangaroos all over the place. Like, what are you doing? What? I don't know. I could be wrong about this. Maybe I'm completely off base, but it kind of, it says to me that the kinds of people who take like they lavish a lot of attention to detail on like space science and stuff, you know. We want to get every aspect of the astronomy correct. We want to have correct starscapes and everything. All of this stuff, we want that exactly perfect. And then when it comes to anything biological, they're like, yeah, who cares? Nobody's going to notice, you know? But to me, when I saw this film for the first time when I was like 10 years old, I remember watching it and going, hang on, this is supposed to be Africa, right? Why are there tapirs? That's completely wrong. This utterly spoiled my immersion here. Yeah, you know? Might as well put a digital wristwatch on the hominids there or something like that. You know? It's the same level of like, this is wrong. You know? 2001% wrong. What's funny is I've actually looked at the original novel for 2001: A Space Odyssey. And they're not tapirs in that. They're warthogs, which would have been correct. Here.
Story of 2001, and Kubrick knew it. Now that we have the story beat isolated, what creative decisions were made to bring this moment to life?
Tree, for instance. There you go, Dr. Hubbs, yeah.
The process starts with a breakdown. Everyone knows Kubrick is meticulous, and we can only guess how many decisions were made in this sequence. From the costumes and makeup to the shrubs and plants. Or even using tapirs instead of warthogs.
Yeah, why? They probably couldn't get warthogs. Yeah.
We're going to focus on the most important elements in this sequence.
The most important elements are, of course, the tapirs. At least for the purposes of today's stream. And the movie preceded the novel? Is that right, Diagonal? Really? Well, the novel got it right then, and the movie got it wrong. But yeah, at some point, this debate will tapir off. We'll see, George from New York. I think it's just heating up. Yeah, and visibly upset. We've talked about this before, like with the loon sound being used.
They're also good at something called penguin. That's a loon. And right now, he's doing something called wailing. But this is probably not the first time you've heard that noise.
Yep.
Here it is in the movie 1917, as they enter the enemy trench. In the third Harry Potter movie, as they climb out of the Whomping Willow. In Rick and Morty, when Rick uses his intergalactic toilet. You'll find it whenever a scene needs to feel a little moody.
They feared it.
Or eerie. Or just remind us that we're in the great outdoors. This specific bird call is all over movies and TV shows.
Does anybody know what movie this was right here? Anybody know? Chameleon, yeah, but what film was that? I'll give you a hint, it's from 2014. Oh, what? Gosh darn it. I didn't realize it said right there, but yeah, it's from 2014's Godzilla. Yeah. Anywho, this is when they're in the forest in Hawaii and they're trying to track down the
This specific bird call is all over movies and TV shows, but it really shouldn't be.
Yeah, that's a common loon call, which live in a very specific place. They're not cosmopolitan.
If you ever find yourself on birder Twitter, you'll find a lot of angry tweets like these.
Can someone please tell movie makers that loons are not, in fact, the only bird out there?
Hello, I'm a nature scene in a movie. Doesn't matter whether it's habitat appropriate or not, I'm a common loon call.
Have you ever noticed loon calls in impossible locations in movies and TV?
So this is the sort of thing where, I don't know, a lot of movies, films, TV shows, whatever, they're supposed to offer a certain degree of escapism. You're supposed to be immersed in the story and just kind of follow along, just fall into it. You exist in another world for a while. And when they throw in something like that, if you know about common loons, that completely ruins your immersion. It just destroys it. And it's not your fault. You know something cool that the sound designer, the director, something that they're completely unaware of, and it kind of ruins the movie for you, at least to a certain extent. I'm not saying you're going to say, "Oh, this movie is terrible now," but for that split second, you're taken out of it, you know? In the same way that, like, if you were in the theater and the person sitting next to you gets a phone call and starts yapping on their phone, you would be pretty annoyed, right? And it takes you out of the film. It removes you from that experience. It kills your immersion. This does the same thing. And for me, that's what the tapirs did in 2001: A Space Odyssey. You know? Stanley Kubrick probably thought, "Oh, well, they look prehistoric, I guess." Well, it's completely the wrong animal to use, you know? So anyway, many of the snakes in that scene are legless lizards. Yeah, you can see their ear holes, and you see some of them blink too. Petrodactylus. Yeah. And then there were like constrictor snakes and stuff as well. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. They need bird watchers to give them bird sounds, says Mizart Rules. I mean, kind of, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to our tapirs here.
And those living today are the remaining lineages. One just happens to be in Asia, while the rest are in another part of the world. In those millions of years, tapirs haven't changed much in how they look and are often described as the most prehistoric-looking mammals alive today. Tapirs have managed to survive for a long time, but currently they're all considered threatened by extinction. Not only are they hunted for meat, they face pressures in the form of habitat loss.
Nell says, is this our entry into film work as bird consultants? Potentially, Nell. Yeah. There was a thing in movies for a while where they had, I actually need to see about this because I might want to sign up. Where was this? was that called? And didn't Vox do a video on it too? Here we go.
There's this scene in the movie Arrival where Jeremy Renner's character, who's a scientist, is brought in to try to help the military deal with alien spaceships that have landed across the globe. And in an early version of the script, he asks if the aliens have responded to Fourier series sent out by the humans. Problem is, that wasn't exactly the right math reference.
Yep.
Well, a Fourier series is a mathematical concept, but it's not like a series of numbers. So I changed that to Fibonacci series, which is in fact a series of numbers that aliens might actually send to us as a way of getting our attention.
Phil is an astronomer and a science blogger, and he's also part of the Science and Entertainment Exchange, an organization that connects creators in Hollywood with scientist script advisors. They set up a phone number for screenwriters like Arrival's Eric Heiserer, who want their scientific references to sound right.
Here's one of the things that I wanted to make sure to do with this movie, and that's not to be embarrassed about complicated ideas, not to be embarrassed or ashamed of hard science. That, you know, these are the words and the terms that people in this position would be sharing with each other.
Phil's advice to use Fibonacci added that extra bit of credibility.
And, you know, I didn't really think much of that, but then, you know, I went to go see the movie, and Jeremy Renner actually says that.
Wade's book. Good stuff. One of his books.
And I'm nudging my wife, like, pointing to the screen, pointing at me. It's like, he said what I wrote. That's so cool.
There's a lot of really bad science in TV and movies.
I'm getting hacked.
There's bad computer science, bad geology, bad physics. So in 2008, the Office of Communications at the National Academy of Sciences launched the Science and Entertainment Exchange. Here's how it works. You call the number, you describe your question, and then the team filters through their database of 2,400...
And hang on, did you see who was first on that list?
Call the number, you describe your question, and then...
Ooh. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. That's the one I was looking for. I should really get in contact with these folks. Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
The team filters through their database of 2,400 scientists and engineers to put you in touch with the right person. They estimate that they've done between 1,700 and 1,800 consultations since they started.
Wow.
That includes almost every Marvel movie and 2 2017 Oscar nominees. A lot of times, the consultation boils down to changing a line to include a scientific concept. In early discussions for the 2011 Thor movie, producer Kevin Feige needed a way to represent the Rainbow Bridge that reaches between Earth and the realm of the gods in Norse mythology. So he met with Sean Carroll, a physics professor who later paraphrased their conversation in a...
And this is not the biologist Sean Carroll, this is the physicist Sean Carroll. There's multiple Sean Carrolls in the scientific
blog post. Carroll suggested they describe the bridge as a wormhole. Feige didn't want to do that because it sounded too 90s.
And he said, well, there is this thing called the Einstein-Rosen bridge. Einstein-Rosen bridge? What is that?
Einstein-Rosen bridge is the technical term for a wormhole.
And they said, we love Einstein-Rosen bridge.
Listen to the dialogue in the movie and you can hear where they added in the concept of an Einstein-Rosen bridge.
An Einstein-Rosen bridge is a theoretical connection between two different points of space.
It's a wormhole.
But the team's focus isn't just about what characters are saying, it's also about who is saying them. In the original Thor comics, Natalie Portman's character, Jane Foster, is a nurse. The physics professor who consulted the filmmakers argued that it would make more sense for the plot if she was a physicist studying the wormhole that brought Thor to Earth. And for the exchange...
Oh, but that wouldn't be canon. They can't change that. It's like, well, sometimes it is good to actually change things from the original Holy Writ, you know? Sometimes it just makes a better movie. Especially if the thing was inaccurate in the first place, scientifically or historically or whatever, you know? Anywho, that's cool that they made that change.
That sounded like the perfect opportunity to break down gender stereotypes.
We love nurses, but we also really love the idea of a strong female character who is an astrophysicist.
So the writers changed it.
You're an astrophysicist, not some storm chaser.
I'm telling you, there's a connection.
2 years later, that character was the focal point of a contest hosted by Marvel and the Science and Entertainment Exchange, where young women interested in STEM careers could interview female scientists in the exchange's database for a chance to tour laboratories and film sets.
We are very concerned with the way that scientists are portrayed on screen. You know, we want them to be I mean, you always want them to be the hero, right? That's the best thing. And a main character is fantastic. But we want to see women, we want to see people of color, and we want to see them woven into the fabric of the everyday life that you see on screen.
Since 1983, repeated studies have shown that when children are asked to draw a scientist, they overwhelmingly draw old white men. Children usually cite film or cartoon characters as their main source of inspiration. And in the original research, children drew these stereotypical characteristics more and more frequently as they grew older. Science has had another image issue in Hollywood too. A survey of over 1,000 horror movies distributed in Britain between 1931 and 1984 found that scientists and their work were the villains of 41% of films.
Oh boy.
Scientists were the heroes less than 1% of the time.
Jeez.
In the decades since then, perceptions of science have gotten better. An analysis of over 3,000 interviews on public opinion about scientists found that American adults in 2001 were much less likely to hold negative stereotypes about scientists than they were in 1983. And they were much more likely to believe that a science career was a good choice for their children or for themselves.
I mean, people do learn from film and television, whether you want them to or not. We often refer to it as an accidental curriculum.
One of the most talked about examples of that is what's called the CSI effect, the idea that chart-topping crime shows increased interest in forensic science, but also spread a lot of misinformation about the field.
CSI didn't just launch a franchise, it created a false impression when it comes to solving crimes.
Researchers in 2010 found that watching the show is associated with perceptions of DNA evidence as much more reliable than it actually is. The exchange wants to mobilize that kind of effect, and hopefully make science more understandable and more accessible for everyone.
Cool stuff. Here's a link to this video from Vox. There we go. So yeah, I don't know if that had existed back when Stanley Kubrick was making 2001: A Space Odyssey, maybe we wouldn't have had tapirs in it. Maybe we would have had warthogs. Would have made a lot more sense. And warthogs are what's in the script, I think, and in the novel. So yeah. It is cool to see tapirs on screen, but it absolutely ruins my immersion every time I see that film. Might as well have kangaroos, you know? Yeah. And Alex Fixon says warthogs aren't overly dangerous, but they will actively defend themselves if attacked. Tapirs do too. Yeah. Here. Tapirs can and will and have killed people on multiple documented occasions. There have been people in the wild killed by tapirs. There have been people in zoos killed by tapirs. You provoke them, especially when they've got young with them. They will defend themselves, defend their young, and they'll straight up chew your arms off. They've been known to do that. It's, here's a link to that article if you'd like to read it. Hello, Mini Pie. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, there is a history of tapirs usually biting people, and they've got some serious teeth on them. Not quite like a camel, but you know, they've got those big teeth in the front. After the diastema, they've got those teeth in the proximal, or the distal mandible, and then the premaxillary teeth there. They're sharp. Yeah, they can do a lot of damage with those. Yeah. Yeah. And they ain't chill. There you go, visibly upset, yeah. Yeah, oftentimes your plant-eating animals can be they have to be able to defend themselves to survive. And they're in many cases more formidable than some of the meat eaters. Anyhow, yeah. And are the pies going on vacation too? From stream, yes, Jazzy Cat. When I'm on hiatus, Mini Pie will not be streaming, I'm sorry to say. Aw, Minnie. No. No stream for you while I'm gone. No. I'm not gonna be on stream. Yeah. Did the pies get their surprise? Was this at the P.O. Box? I haven't had a chance to go to the P.O. Box yet. Now, I was going to yesterday, but it was Sunday. The post office is closed. So, I'll see if I can check Wednesday morning. Yeah. Or, well, actually, I think Ios and Lord, you just got back, but it would have been nice if they checked the P.O. Box.
Is the sound of time.
How are you gonna stop them? I'm gonna unplug the power strip, Marf. Yeah. Also, you don't have my stream key. No, you don't. You got some gunk on your nose. What's going on with that? You got some gunk. Yeah. Anywho, tapirs. Let's get back to them.
They are also taken by natural predators, such as how they look and are often described as the most prehistoric-looking mammals alive today.
Which is
tapirs have
funny.
managed to survive for a long time,
but they're very cool.
Currently, they're all considered threatened by extinction. Not only are they hunted for meat, they face pressures in the form of habitat loss. They are also taken by natural predators, such as cougars, jaguars, leopards, tigers, crocodiles, and more. But they do a pretty good job of avoiding being eaten by these animals. A tapir's neck is thick and can protect against a bite. If they are bitten on the neck, a tapir may even slam a predator against a tree to try and dislodge it. Tapirs might look like lumbering giants, but they're quick on their toes, and their bodies are designed for moving through the forest. Tapirs come in a teardrop shape, with a big old booty and a tapered front end. These animals also come with camouflage, especially the babies. A baby tapir sort of looks like a brown watermelon with legs. Their markings help them blend in with a sun-dappled forest. Tapir babies are born one at a time. In some species, the female tapir raises her baby alone. In others, such as the Asian tapir, the male may take part in raising the child. As tropical animals, tapirs enjoy a breeding season that can occur year-round. But they may mate more frequently in the wet season, which would ensure their baby is born the following wet season, when food is most abundant. Yes, that does mean that tapir gestation takes more than a year. The baby tapir will keep its stripes.
And so that's kind of crazy. This is maybe one of the reasons, I was talking with Fisher about this. Why are artiodactyls so much more common nowadays, so much more speciose, than perissodactyls? It's here we go. Image in new tab. Yeah. Why are the even-toed ungulates so much more diverse speciose than the odd-toed ungulates? Perissodactyls are tapirs, rhinos, horses, and their relatives. Artiodactyls are all the cloven-hoofed ungulates. Camels, goats, hippos, pigs, deer, and whales, too. And Fisher said, I think it's probably something to do with their gestational periods. Where many artiodactyls, they might even be able to have multiple young every year. And they're able to, in some ways, process food more efficiently. They're maybe a little bit more kind of versatile in the different habitats that they can inhabit. But the gestation period thing really seems to make a big difference. With your rhinos and your horses and your tapirs, they've got a really long gestation period. They're pregnant for a long time. That's not as pronounced in a lot of artiodactyls. Some, like whales, do have really long gestation periods. But others, like deer and pigs, I think they can have multiple broods every year. Not the case for a rhino or for a tapir. Yeah. So yeah. And llamas too. Yeah, what's the generational period? Paddington, how are you doing? Welcome back. Here. For a llama. 11 months is longer than I thought. Huh. 11 and a half months. Wow. Okay. But let's try domestic pig. 112 to 120 days. Yeah. Or let's try a deer. About 200 days. Yeah. Slightly less than a camel. There you go. Well, llamas and camels are both part of Camelidae. They're both members of the same family. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And Bronda there says very much a quality over quantity thing. Like how many forgettable porpoises have you seen? There you go, Bronda dude. Sure, yeah. There's actually a name for that in reproductive biology. A strategy versus R strategy. So yeah. We have R on this side of the spectrum and K over here. K strategy versus R strategy, this is like quality versus quantity. Or other way around. So an oyster might produce 500 million offspring in a year. Fertilized eggs, or probably not even fertilized eggs, probably unfertilized eggs that it releases. The male will release spermatozoa, and maybe 1 out of a million of them survive to adulthood or something. Tuna might produce 6,000 offspring in a year, 6,000 eggs, possibly. You know, this is quantity over quality. You move to the right over here, K strategy. A chimpanzee might produce 1 offspring every 5 years. A puma, if she's doing well, might have 2 young every year, 2 cubs. So yeah, tapirs are very much on this side of the spectrum. So they'd be between a puma and a chimp on this chart. Their gestational period is, I think, over a year. Tapir gestation period, 13 months. Yeah. Under good conditions, a healthy female tapir can reproduce every 2 years. Shoot. A single young, called a calf, is born after a gestation period of about 13 months. So that's still 1 baby every 2 years. Which is... it's not a lot. And perissodactyls, this half of ungulata, the odd-toed ungulates, there's maybe a reason why they're less common nowadays. Less speciose, less common in absolute numbers than the artiodactyls. They just have a slower reproductive strategy, longer gestational times. Yeah. There's got to be something to do with feeding and digestion as well. If Fisher were here, we'd talk to him about it. By the way, I just texted Fisher today about our tapir stream, and I sent him that tapir song because I knew he would enjoy it. And he gave me some exciting news. Fisher got into grad school, and he's going to be moving to California in August, going to school in Stockton. I think he might be studying fossil flamingos, which would be pretty cool, so I'm excited about that. We'll see whether or not Fisher will be with us in the field this summer. Given that he's getting ready to move to a different state and start grad school, he might not have time or money for field work, but we'll see if my son, Fisher, will be with us in the field. I hope he is. I miss the guy. Your son is moving closer. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah, we won't be estranged any longer. Anywho, really, really excited for Fisher. By the way, if anybody didn't catch that song, I'm going to play it again for you. Song in Japanese about tapirs for World Tapir Day. Lovely bossa nova track. Who doesn't love Japanese bossa nova about perissodactyl mammals? Oh, and hang on. This is Mrs. Ferguson commenting, right? Paddington. Any news from Andrew Milner? Yeah, we just talked to him earlier in the stream. The substation construction project is being moved, so the site is saved. We succeeded. And they've been finding a ton more interesting fossils, but they can work at a slower pace now, which is really nice. They had something like 20 shark's teeth found just yesterday at the site, and we're waiting to hear back who we can contact at the city to proffer our thanks for moving the construction site, because we'd really love to be able to send some thank you cards and some stuff like that to the city. So it's very good news, Ida Rennell. Absolutely. Yeah, and more hibernate shark teeth, yes, including one that could be a new genus. He was sending pictures to Jim Kirkland, and Jim is like, I don't think this is Lesotus johnsonorum. I think this is something new. So we could have a brand new species of hibernate too. So yeah. Exciting stuff. Yeah. And Miss Capri Kel, if you send it to the P.O. Box, I haven't been able to check it lately, but I should be able to go Wednesday morning, I hope. So I'll check then. Yeah. And is it moved completely off the grounds? No, it's just been moved a little bit west. So basically directly across the street from the museum. But yeah. Yeah, the fossil trackside, kind of, yeah. Yeah, but to an area where nothing's in situ, so that's good news. Anyway, Mr. Ferguson, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Yeah. Anyhow. Give you a link to this. Happy World Tapir Day, everybody. I love this. So apparently Baku is how you say tapir in Japanese. Tapir. Malayan tapir. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. But in the zoo, they also eat potatoes. And also eat apples. Good stuff. Oh, Lenina, thank you for posting that. Thank you for highlighting these red animals. You bet, Lenina.
世界に生息する4種類のバクのうち最も大型のバクです。よく動く花は
Here's a very charming.
一体化しており、その花を上手に
Do you capitalize bossa nova?
食べ物を食べるのです。バクバクバクバクバクバクバクバクバク黒白ちょっと黒バクバクバクまればく夢を食って言われてるけど動物
Let's see. Bossa nova? No, not capitalized. Good to know. Yeah.
皮ごと食べてたバクバクバクバクバクバクバクバクバクお腹の下は黒 バクバクバクマレバク
Lordy says, how many framed pictures of tapirs do you have? Let's see here. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I've got some about like mammal phylogeny and stuff too. There's a mammal phylogeny evolutionary family tree. There's another one right here. Here's another mammal phylogeny here as well. Yeah. Which includes Perissodactyla here. Our odd-toed ungulates. Rhinos, horses, and tapirs. It's from Tetrapod Zoology with Darren Nation. Good stuff. That is the sound that they make, by the way. You might not imagine that they'd make a sound like that. But they do. So these are not Malayan tapirs. They could be Baird's tapirs or mountain tapirs. I bet you they're mountain tapirs. They're so cool. And Mayor Space says, is there any genetic reason why toes should always be odd in one lineage and always be even in the other? It's just a question of ancestry. So, early on, when the artiodactyls and perissodactyls split, the ancestors of one group had an even number of toes, and the ancestors of the other had an odd number. And then it probably is something to do with Hox genes and development or something like that, but I'm not a geneticist. I wouldn't be able to explain to you exactly how that sort of thing works. But there's something hazy and genetical going on there, but I'm not the guy to ask about it. Yeah. Yeah. They're so cool. And it is hard to get back toes that you've lost. There's a name for that. But on the way from 5 toes to 3, you'd think you'd hit 4. Well, with horses at least, they kind of jump from 3 toes to 1. That's not really the way that development works. Yeah, you kind of skip from 5 to 3 to 1. I don't know the exact reasons for that. I don't know how to explain that from a developmental genetic standpoint, but that's the way it works in horses. I guess at one point some of them did have 4. Huh. Yeah. Well, Eohippus I think had 4 in the back and 5 in the front, and they just kept reducing their number of digits. Horse evolution is one of those classic stories in vertebrate evolution, but it's often a bit more complicated than you see, right? Like, it's not quite this simple. It's not a steady progression with horses in an orthogenetic sequence, getting bigger and developing fewer and fewer hooves. There's lots of side branches going in different directions. These ones get bigger, but these ones get smaller. these ones get rid of their side hooves, but these ones retain them for a while. It's more of a messy bush than it is like a straight line of evolution. But, yeah. And yeah, Dolo's law of irreversibility, Dr. Hubs. I was just about to talk about that. I wonder if we can find a video on that topic. If anybody's made that. Maybe not. No, not seeing anything. Dolo's law of irreversibility. So Louis Dolo, who worked on Iguanodon in Belgium back in the day, this is the primary concept here. Say you're an animal that, over the course of evolution, you've lost your thumbs. You no longer have thumbs. And yet you really need some kind of, an implement later on for, say, grasping bamboo. If you're gonna be a big fat bear that just sits on its butt and eats bamboo all day. Looking at you, pandas. You know, say you don't have thumbs, or say, for whatever reason, your thumbs have evolved in a direction where it'd be really difficult to use them as opposable thumbs. What do? Pandas catching strays out here, says Cinderella. Well, they're a good example because they're really cool in this regard. The thumb of a panda is not a thumb, it's not a finger, it's not a digit at all. It's a weird extra wrist bone. Well, not extra wrist bone, it's one of the wrist bones evolves to poke out and actually articulate. So when a panda is using its thumbs, those are not thumbs at all. There we go. Yeah, so our thumb is a digit. It's our first digit. With pandas, their their actual thumb is right here. It's not opposable. It doesn't work that way. It was much easier for them to evolve a weird wrist bone that sticks out of the side and actually can be used for grasping. The point is, evolution often doesn't work in a straight line like that. What would be the most, what would be seemingly the simplest way of solving a problem? The way that seems most direct? The way that if you're like an intelligent being, if you were designing something, you'd like, oh, I'd just design it this way. Easy. Much of the time, maybe most of the time, evolution doesn't work that way. Evolution is kind of a semi-random process in a lot of ways. And often like a solution to a particular problem, an issue, whatever, you'll go in a roundabout way of doing that. So Dolo's law of irreversibility, kind of touches on this. So an organism never returns exactly to a former state, even if it finds itself placed in conditions of existence identical to those which it had previously lived. It always keeps some trace of the intermediate stages through which it has passed. So say that, let's pretend for a minute that pandas lost their first digit through evolution. Rather than re-evolving a thumb, that's not how it works. They would have to have some other solution to it. It's like in evolution, once you've lost digits, you don't re-evolve them. There might be like a weird pseudo-digit that evolves, but you're never going to get that same thumb after you've lost it through evolution. It just doesn't really happen. There could be weird atavistic traits or stuff, but it's not going to be the same. So this is like, critters today, tetrapods, as we call them. Tetrapods are all of the land-living vertebrate animals and their descendants. Tetrapods are all the animals with bones that live on land. that's all of the amphibians, the mammals, and the reptiles. We're all tetrapods. So tetrapods evolved from an earlier lobe-finned fish. Tetrapods are actually a kind of lobe-finned fish. So yes, that means mammals, reptiles, amphibians are all, strictly speaking, a kind of lobe-finned fish. We evolved from a critter that would have looked kind of like this. Sort of like Ichthyostega. It's basically a big flat-headed fish that came up onto land. And these guys are interesting in that they've got more than 5 fingers. I'm trying to find you, there. And... yeah, some of these guys had 7 fingers, some of them had 8. Because they're evolving from fishes with their, like, their fin rays. And so they start off with... when they start to develop those into fingers, at first they've got 8 fingers. And then some of them have 7. And then some of them have 6. And then some of them have 5. And it was those descendants with 5 fingers that gave rise to all of the tetrapods. That's why we have 5 fingers as human beings. Frogs have 5 fingers. Mice have 5 fingers. Elephants have 5 fingers. Alanis1210, thank you for the follow. The point is, you can lose fingers through evolution, but you can't really gain them back. There's some dinosaurs that dropped it down to, well, to 4 fingers. Like, for instance, Ceratosaurus. Most theropod dinosaurs ended up with 3 fingers on each hand, like Allosaurus here. Some ended up with just 2 fingers on each hand, like T-Rex and the other Tyrannosaurids. And then there's some like Mononychus, which may have only had 1 finger on each hand. They're certainly evolving in that direction. We don't know if they completely lost the other 2 on each hand, but we know they've got 1 main finger, the thumb, on each hand. And then there are some animals that evolved to have no fingers on each hand. Like the moa of New Zealand. Like good old Dinornis here. They actually evolved to have no arms at all after a while, which is nuts. But the point is, you can lose fingers through evolution, but you don't gain them. Not true fingers, at least. So when when pandas evolved to be able to grasp bamboo, they didn't evolve an opposable thumb. They evolved like a weird wrist bone thing. It's pretty bonkers, really. So yeah, a weird pseudo finger, a special wrist bone sticks out of the side. So whales can never evolve to get their limbs back? I don't think so, Patrick Crusader. No. No. Once creatures become marine like that, we've never seen them come back onto land, at least not that I know of. Going back into the ocean seems to be a one-way street. Irreversible. I can't think of any marine tetrapods that have come back onto land. When ichthyosaurs went into the water, or any of these other guys, these all evolved from terrestrial ancestors. So ichthyosaurs are descended from, well shoot, it could be changing, but we think they're diapsid reptiles, probably? So maybe they're kind of close to lizards or something? These guys, those flippers are not. We know for a fact that they're not turning back into limbs, because these guys went completely extinct, so they lost their chance. Same with the mosasaurs. These guys evolved from lizards that lived on land, but they developed these really cool flippers and these big tail flukes and stuff. They're also not coming back onto land because they're dead. Same with the plesiosaurs, both long-necked and short-necked. Same with the placodonts and the marine crocodiles and all these other guys, they take to the oceans and, you know, it's like, who was the Spanish conquistador guy who burned his ships? It's like, yeah, there's no going back. Was it Cortez? Cortez the killer? Cortez, I think, is Mayor's face. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, just like him, you become fully marine like that, there's no going back. Yeah. Just like boas, they're not going to evolve wings again. Once birds become flightless, it touched something it probably wasn't supposed to. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, you get the idea. Yeah. He's Homer Simpsoning himself. There you go, Murph. Yeah. Yeah. And music is loud? Sorry. Yeah. Sorry that was loud. It's over now. And there you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. Yeah. Coffee Rock says, what is the oldest species alive? That's a really tough one to answer, Coffee Rocks, because you have to kind of define what a species is. That's a really tricky one, you know? It's like asking... I'm trying to come up with a good analogy. It's like asking, what's the oldest food in the world? Like, huh? What constitutes a food? Look at the back of my fridge. It says space, yeah. Here's the thing about species is that they're constantly evolving and changing. As long as a species is still around, they're evolving. When evolution stops, that's what we call extinction. There's no species that are just trapped in time and are not evolving. All living things are changing generation to generation, at least a little bit. I would say there are probably no species around today that stretch back to the beginning of life on Earth. Everything has been evolving and changing. And you'll hear certain organisms described as living fossils. You do an image search for this, you'll end up with Nautilus. Or coelacanths. Coelacanths are not living fossils, according to recent study. They've actually been changing a lot since the Cretaceous. Ginkgo is another example. Oftentimes, living fossils are just organisms where they're... Oh, tapirs, too, get called living fossils. Where they look superficially prehistoric, or they look similar to organisms from the fossil record, too. But they're often part of lineages that, they're not particularly diverse. So I don't know. You wouldn't call necessarily, I'm trying to think of an example here. You wouldn't call a hummingbird a living fossil, right? But they do have a fossil record that goes back pretty far, I think. But they're really speciose. There's lots and lots of different species of hummingbird today. That's not necessarily true for something like a horseshoe crab or a nautilus. There's not that many species. They tend to be pretty rare. People don't think about them that often. And so there's a certain, exotic quality to them. People go, oh yeah, I've heard of them. I don't think about them very often. They're a living fossil, right? They're very similar to fossil organisms, I guess. Sure, but a lot of different critters are, you know? Things like ginkgo, there's, as far as I know, one living species of ginkgo. Is that right? Let's look them up. Ginkgo biloba. There might be... I hope there's multiple species of ginkgo, but I want to say there's only one. Ginkgo biloba... Oh, maybe there's a bunch of other ones? There's no pictures for any of these, though. I wonder if they're all fossil taxa. Yeah, I think so. Ginkgo antarctica. Yeah. is the last living species of Ginkgoelis. Okay, yes, all those other ones were fossil taxa. It gets called a living fossil because it's the last of its kind. And you get that for a lot of different organisms. To me, as a paleontologist, living fossil means that the creature it's got a very slow rate of evolution, and it will be superficially very, very similar to taxa that lived tens of millions of years ago. So... Here. Coelacanths are not living fossils, new study shows. But while coelacanth's body may have changed little, its genome tells another story. Yeah. So by actually studying the DNA of these animals, the two living species of coelacanth, they seem to be pretty different from one another, and they've got maybe a pretty rapid rate of evolution. There's a lot of evolutionary change there. I think that's the story here. Yeah. Our findings provide a rather striking example of this phenomenon of transposons contributing to the host genome. Yeah. Anywho, whereas other kinds of creatures, like gar, another kind of fish, in fact, these guys haven't changed much for the past 100 million years, to the point where two different genera of gar today that split like 80 million years ago, they can still interbreed and have fertile offspring, and they frequently do in the wild under natural circumstances. So their changes have been very slow and subtle. So you could call them living fossils, and they haven't changed very much at all since the Cretaceous period. So yeah, and Golganek, apparently they've got, there's something about their genome that makes them less susceptible to genetic drift. I don't know what it is, but they don't change very much, which is really cool. Yeah. So gar, under that definition, would be living fossils. Coelacanths would not be. Horseshoe crabs, I'm not sure. I don't know enough about Xiphosaura. Well, yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Hub says paleontologists used to identify brachiopod fossils from the Cambrian as the modern genus Lingula. They'd be reassigned to the extinct genus Lingulella. Yeah, and that's true for a lot of different invertebrates, Dr. Hubs. I betcha that was like early on, that was just kind of a holdover from the early days of studying those fossil brachiopods. That probably goes back to like the early 1800s, and everybody's just been calling it Lingula ever since. But there's going to be a tremendous amount of change from then until now, at least genetically, I would presume. So it's probably more of a historical thing than anything else, you know? Just everybody got in the habit of calling it Lingula, and nobody thought to upset that apple cart until recently. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Visibly Upset says they're sort of the opposite of modern dogs in a sense, where the species can present wildly differently due to selection pressure. Absolutely, Visibly Upset. Yeah. We talk about that here on stream sometimes. Here. Yeah. Let me find that clip for you.
Can actually have a huge impact on what an animal looks like. Human dwarfism is an example of a single genetic change. You can look at dogs. You may think that there must be hundreds, if not thousands, of altered genes between a Chihuahua and a Great Dane, but scientists are finding out that all of the differences between all the different dog breeds boil down to just 3 genes. If we can understand how changes in DNA cause physical changes, we can better understand how traits evolve, and we can better interpret the fossil record.
Really cool stuff. Really neat talk by Dana Rashid here. Hello, Mini Pie. You're back. Why? Is there really nothing else to do in the house right now? What's going on? What's going on? I already gave you multiple rounds of treats, didn't I? Yeah. Oh. Anyhow. But yeah. But yeah, visibly I said dogs are nuts in that, like, nearly all of the variations that we see phenotypically in different dog breeds, that just boils down to like 3 different genes changing. It's kind of bonkers to think about. So dogs can be wildly different with just a few tweaks. And other critters are much more kind of conservative phenotypically. I think a lot of that is due to selective breeding. Like you get selective breeding going, and
2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Critters just you can get all kinds of just really, really wild morphologies. Here, we'll take a look at this, see if this is any good. We'll turn this down. It's a little too loud. Biology for All. I've never looked at this channel before. We'll see if it's any good.
Selective breeding is also known as artificial selection. It is a process by which humans breed plants and animals for particular genetic characteristics.
Plants and animals. I wonder if they do fungi too. I bet you fungi have been selectively bred as well, like mushrooms in cultivation. I betcha.
We have been doing this for thousands of years. Ever since we first bred food crops from wild plants.
The first genetic modification.
About 10,000 years ago. This is when we made the transition from hunter-gatherers to farmers. We no longer needed to wander around to gather food supplies. Wheat, barley, lentils, peas, rice.
Just hitting my mouse with their tail. You watch out, Mini Pie.
And potatoes were all cultivated by early citizens. We also began to tame animals for milk, meat, and hides. Goats, sheep, and chickens are thought to have been the first animals to be domesticated.
What about pigeons? I think pigeons were among the first animals to be domesticated too. Something like 8,000 years ago? Oh.
Followed later by bigger animals like horses and oxen for plowing and transportation. Agriculture allowed fewer people to provide more food. Regular, predictable food production led to
anyway, yeah, I know.
populations.
Remember, and things have been going downhill ever since. But yeah, selective breeding. I was hoping this is more of like a PowerPoint presentation kind of a deal. I was hoping to see some like crazy examples of pigeons with bizarre feathers going on and all kinds of stuff like that, but I don't know if we're going to see that here. Anyhow, we'll get back to tapirs. Yeah. And was it that far back, says Nutsense? Yeah, so pigeons were domesticated super early on. Yeah. History of domestication. Despite the long history of pigeons, little is known about the specifics of their initial domestication. While the subspecies Columba livia was the progenitor of domestics, exactly when, how many times, and where and how they were domesticated, and how they spread remains unknown. The fragile bones and similarity to wild birds makes fossil record a poor tool for their study. Thus, much of what is known comes from written accounts, which almost certainly do not cover the first stages of domestication. Pigeons were most likely domesticated in the Mediterranean at least 2,000 to 5,000 years ago. So at least 2,000 to 5,000 years ago. 8,000 is the figure that I heard somewhere else at some point. But yeah, but they may have been domesticated earlier as a food source. Some research suggests that domestication occurred as early as 10,000 years ago. Yeah. Akbar the Great traveled with a coterie of thousands of pigeons, who presumably would inform him if he were walking into a trap. Good stuff. Oh, yeah. You want some more treats? Is that what you're here for? You're just hanging out. I think she's just hanging out. Yeah. Oh, look at you. Your face is all crusty. Can I try and wipe your face? You let me do that? Let's go get a wet wipe. And I'll give you some treats. You okay with that? Yeah. There we go. Hold still. Yeah. Oh, she knows what I'm doing. Here. Yeah. There we go. I'm trying to wipe you clean. Come here. Yeah. There we go. She does not like that. But you got crusty stuff on your nose, on the bridge of your nose there. Yeah. Let me wipe you off. Gotta be quick about this. It's like trying to clean a toddler's nose. Yeah, but toddlers don't have 5 different sharp ends to get you with. I guess 6 if you count upper and lower jaw as separate. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna lull you in a false sense of security here. And then when you look up, I'll get your nose. I'll get your nose. I'll get your nose. You gotta hold still, though. You gotta hold still. You're no good at this holding still thing. You're not. No. Not one of your talents. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, there we go. There we go. It's not like that. Not like that. No. You're putting your tail right in my water. Don't do that. Tail's all wet. It's like a wet paintbrush now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Closer, closer. Nope. No. You're lucky I'm so concerned for your feelings and preferences, Mini Pie. you know? Yeah. There we go. Oh. Gotcha. Hey, come here. Hey. You did your part. Come here. Get you some treats. Come on up. There we go. There we go. Now, on a long enough time scale, I could probably condition you to letting me wipe goop stuff off your nose. Yeah. FNHC says there's a wild animal on my desk. There is, yeah. Yeah, she's one of my landlords. They're all over the place here. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? I'm gonna get you one more time, okay? Nope. Hang on.
They were wrong.
It's stepping on my soundboard. Uh-oh. She knows what's going on. All right. I'll get you, Mini Pie. Next time. Tapirs. Tapirs.
In others, such as the Asian tapir, the male may take part in raising the child. As tropical animals, tapirs enjoy a breeding season that can occur year-round, but they may mate more frequently in the wet season, which would ensure their baby is born the following wet season, when food is most abundant. Yes, that does mean that tapir gestation takes more than a year. The baby tapir will keep its stripes for about 6 months, at which point it will stop nursing. But it will remain with its mother for at least a few more months, usually until another baby is born and starts taking all of mom's attention.
They may live to be 30 years old. Holy cow. Wow. That's like more than 10 years older than every single member of chat, I presume. Like me, you know? I'm 21 years old. Perennially. Yeah. Holy cow.
Tapirs are often described as solitary, but females generally have at least one baby traveling with them, and sometimes tapirs will share a range. Tapirs eat with their prehensile snoots and consume leaves, fresh sprouts, fruits, and more. They're more active during the night because they're not good at releasing heat and thus avoid the hottest parts of the day. They will, however, lay in water to cool off. In fact, tapirs...
So I don't think they sweat, and I don't think they pant either. So they don't have... There's cat hair all over the place now. They don't have a lot of the methods that other species of mammal have in order to cool themselves down, so they do spend a lot of time in the water, and they mostly move around at night.
Require a source of water in their habitats. Tapirs are excellent swimmers and will even head to water to run from predators using their trunks like a snorkel. Their love of water includes meals because they'll also eat aquatic vegetation. On average, tapirs weigh 500 pounds and stand 3 feet tall at the shoulders. Some Pokemon aficionados may recognize tapirs as the inspiration for Drowsy, the dream-eating Pokemon, who is also based on the chimeric Japanese Baku, the creature who eats nightmares. World Tapir Day is on April 27th, so be sure to mark your calendars to join in celebrating these awesome animals. For more facts on tapirs, check out the links in the description.
Yeah, so this is from Animal Fact Files. Here is a link to that video there. They always do good stuff. Poke what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nonsense. take a look at a kind of a goofy video from a zoo here.
Guys, excuse me, do you know where the tapirs are?
You're right over there.
Oh, thank you. Excuse me, do you know where the tapirs are?
No, I think they're back there.
Do you know what they look like?
No, sorry, I don't. All right,
thank you.
Good luck.
That's not a tapir.
Have you guys seen the tapirs?
Not yet.
Do you know what they look like?
Sort of like big, fat, black and white pigs.
All right, I'll keep my eye. Thanks.
I'm sorry, what was their description there?
Do you know what they look like?
Sort of like big, fat, black and white pigs.
Big fat black and white pigs. Big fat black and white pigs.
Not yet.
Do you know what they look like?
Sort of like big, fat, black and white pigs.
All right, I'll keep my eye. Thanks. This looks like the place I'm looking for. This looks like the tapir enclosure. And here's our man, Henry. He can tell us all about the tapirs. Now, these snouts that they have, what do they use those for? Do they have any purpose?
Sure do. It's using for snorkeling when they go underwater. They also utilize it
Loving
as
the
a
different
very
accents here. This
sensitive
is fun.
sniffing organ, and also for picking up food.
Picking up food. So what do they actually eat?
They call browsers, selective browsers. They go and pinch leaves of the bushes and trees, and also eat lots of herbage.
So, browsers as opposed to grazers. This is one of those concepts that'll be familiar to any zoologists or anybody who knows a thing or two about herbivorous mammals in the chat. Browsers are animals that are a little bit more selective about what they eat when they're eating vegetation. They'll eat the choicest leaves. They'll go over here. They'll eat a bit of that. They'll look over here. They'll eat a little bit of that. They often have narrower snouts as opposed to a grazer, which is an animal, often a mammal. Sometimes a dinosaur or other kind of critter too. They tend to have broader snouts and yeah, and they'll just kind of eat whatever. So I like this description here. Except it's backwards. What? This is exactly backwards. Grazers are the ones who eat a lot at once, and browsers are the ones who are more choosy. So that part is incorrect. Yeah.
Silent Speaker 01 has a new sound for their 3 listeners.
Welcome, Silent Speaker. How was your stream? Oh, sorry. Shh, it's a silent raid. Shh, quiet there. Thank you, Silent Speaker 01, for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Happy World Tapir Day to you. We're talking about tapirs. Now, tapirs are browsers rather than grazers. Yeah. So if an herbivore is just browsing, it's not looking around vegetation with no intent to eat. A browser is an herbivore that feeds on leaves, shoots, tree bark, or fruits from high-growing plants. Yeah, grazing is just, you're just shoveling in plant material and just gobbling it up. And Shy Wolf, thank you for the gift sub to Silent
Shy
Speaker.
Wolf
I
XSV
appreciate
gifted
that.
a tier 1 sub to Silent
Good stuff.
Speaker 01.
Yeah.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
We worked on painting a metal butterfly for the local botanical gardens. Very cool. Speaker, very cool. And ended with some Hollow Knight. I've seen that game before. I saw Ios play that years ago. Good stuff. Welcome, Silent Speaker. And Zookeeper by morning. Well. Happy belated World Tapir Day to you. I hope you like tapirs as much as I do. It's good to have you here. Thank you for the raid. So anyway, yeah, grazers feed on grass and low-growing vegetation. They'll move around based on the quality of grazing, and several species migrate great distances where the grass is literally greener. Grazers tend to be far less choosy about what they're eating. They're just eating massive quantities of low-quality forage. Just a ton of grass and other stuff like that. Browsers, you know, like a cow is a grazer. It's just eating grass. It's walking around doing its thing. A deer is a browser. They might eat a little bit of grass here and there, but they're eating leaves off of trees. They're eating young shoots and kind of high-quality plant material. They might jump over your fence to eat your roses. They might get into your vegetable garden and eat your vegetables. They're much more choosy about what they're eating, and they're willing to work for it. Tapirs are more like that. They're more browsers. So yeah, does that make sense? Ms. Art Rule says goats are grazers? I would say so, yeah. Well, goats almost kind of split the difference. They'll eat anything and everything if given the chance. And if they need to. If you enclose them in an area, they'll just eat all the plants in that area. But I think in the wild, goats might be... No, they do eat a lot of grass, don't they? Yeah. Let's look up goats, actually. Are goats considered browsers or grazers? There we go. Yeah. Goats are reputed to be willing to eat almost anything. Yeah, they are browsing animals, not grazers, like cattle and sheep. Goats are grazers. Oh, excuse me. No, they're browsers, not grazers. They are browsers, not grazers. Yeah. Oh, browsing, herbivory. Feeding on leaves, soft shoots, or fruits of high-growing, generally woody plants such as shrubs. This is contrasted with grazing, usually associated with animals feeding on grass or other lower vegetation. Alternatively, grazers are animals eating mainly grass. Browsers are animals eating mainly non-grasses. Yeah. So goats are primarily browsers, and sheep are primarily grazers. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. And my wife and I quit growing tomatoes because the deer would eat the flowers, says Dr. Elvis. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, deer, they are browsers. They love those leaves. And they'll jump a fence to get them. Yeah. And would humans be considered browsers? Well, we're not really herbivores, Terminator Pig. Even the vegetarians among us, we're not eating grass most of the time. But we're neither browsers nor grazers. It's not like this dichotomy applies to all animals. It certainly doesn't. It applies to your plant-eating animals. And even just subsets of plant eaters are either browsers or grazers. An animal like a panda, for instance. We were talking about pandas earlier. Yeah. So these guys are... I don't know if you could even call them browsers. The word browse doesn't appear in this article. They're such specialists where they mostly only eat a few species of bamboo. I don't even know if you could call them browsers. They're like specialists. Yeah. And what about vegan sense, says Terminator Pig? I think browser implies that you're actually going and browsing. So if vegans were going in and eating leaves directly off of trees, then you could probably call them browsers. But I've known a lot of vegans in my time. Maybe one day I will ascend to that higher plane. Be one of them, but... yeah, they don't do that. Yeah. Browsing for humans is snacking, says Nell. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Salamander says, I'm a grazer at parties. I'll cram all those hors d'oeuvres in before we even get to dinner. So you just shove your face against the plate and just go, and you snuffle it all out. As opposed to like Just choosing. There you go, salamander. Okay, if that's what you do, then yeah, that definition would fit. Yeah. Nice. Anywho, tapirs. Back to them.
This is Chiquita and her mum Talara. They're Brazilian tapirs, but there are also Malayan, Bairds, and mountain tapirs too. Chiquita and Talara might look a bit like pigs.
There you go, visibly upset,
They're
yeah.
more closely related to horses and rhinos.
Oh,
and
yeah.
like their horse relatives, they just love to eat.
Yep.
So do you think we can see these snouts in action? Can we give them a feed? Can we give them some lunch?
Yeah, I guess it'll be fun for you.
Very good. Let's have a go.
Have a car.
Apart from all the leaves they're eating, today Chiquita and Talara are also having carrots, potatoes, pears, apples, melon and pomegranates. But not too
Nice.
much fruit, because it's got a lot of sugar in it.
Yeah.
And why are we celebrating World Tapir Day?
To raise awareness of plight of the tapirs and other animals that live in a tropical rainforest.
All 4 species of tapir are now listed as endangered around the world. One of the reasons is that people hunt them for their meat and fur. But there's another big threat: deforestation. Farmers are destroying the forests they live in to make way for plantations they can profit from. For the Malayan tapirs, it's palm oil plantations that pose the greatest threat.
Yep. So this is one of those things I don't know. When I'm given the chance, I try and, when I'm at the store, find products that don't have palm oil in them. It's just one of those things that seems ubiquitous, and it's terrible for tapirs, for orangutans, for all kinds of other species like that are just, their habitat is being destroyed in order to create these monocultures like this, where people are bulldozing these landscapes, just destroying everything, and just planting palm trees for palm oil, because it's a cheap kind of versatile ingredient that can be used in a lot of different stuff. So I don't know. Sometimes I do that just to make myself feel better, but it's a drop in the bucket, you know? If we really want to make a dent with this kind of thing, we need legislation. Individual consumer action like that is never actually gonna move the needle. Not when you're going against, like, macroeconomic forces. Anyhow. Yeah.
For the Malayan tapirs, it's palm...
Lenina says they never buy Nutella for that reason. Yeah, I actually... There was, like, a couple months back when I lived in Montana where I would get Nutella, like, almost every time I would go to the store. It was on sale for a while. And then I realized, oh, shoot, there's a ton of palm oil in here, and Nutella is one of the worst perpetrators when it comes to this kind of thing. Also, I kind of realized how expensive it was as well, and I've not bought Nutella since. It's pretty awful how much palm oil is in that, and yeah. Here, let me find you a quick video. Ooh.
There's a good chance you're not familiar with it, even though you'll find it in many of the products you use every day. It's in everything, from makeup and toothpaste to donuts, chocolate bars, and in some countries, biodiesel fuel. It goes by many names, but it's most commonly known as palm oil. Global consumption of palm oil has quintupled since 1990. Oil derived from the palm fruit is easy to extract, has a higher yield than other types of vegetable oils, and can be used in dozens of products. But the proliferation of palm oil also poses a massive environmental threat. Each year, palm oil plantations destroy millions of acres of forested land, create billions of tons of carbon pollution, and kill endangered wildlife. All of this makes the palm oil industry one of the worst environmental offenders on the planet. In 2015, over 62,000 square miles around the world, much of it former forests, were committed to palm oil plantations. That's an area 4 times the size of Switzerland. Palm oil is one of the top 3 drivers of deforestation in Indonesia, a country that supplies more than half of global demand. Each year in Indonesia, fires are set to clear forested lands to make way for palm oil production. Just last year, over 10,000 square miles were torched, creating fires so big they could be
This
seen
is from
from
9
outer
years
space.
ago. I'm sure it's bigger today, you know?
All of this unleashes massive amounts of carbon into the air. Fires in 2015 added more than 2 billion tons of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. The burning of forests to clear land for plantations threatens the 10,000 square mile Luso ecosystem in Sumatra, the largest intact swath of rainforest in Southeast Asia. It's home to hundreds of unique species and is the only place left in the world where orangutans, rhinos...
Yeah, so that's the Javan rhinoceros right there, isn't it? Javan or... No, Sumatran rhino right there. So few of those left. Like, they could go extinct in the next few years unless something changes. Yeah. Another perissodactyl, just like tapirs. Members of the same big clade.
Tigers, bears, and elephants live side by side, but their home is disappearing around them. The Sumatran tiger and the Sumatran rhino are threatened with extinction.
Yeah.
Only a few hundred of each species exist in the wild, and their habitats are often in the path of land clearing. In Borneo, there has been a 50% decrease in orangutan populations in the past 65 years.
This is wild because these are animals that are super close to us in the grand scheme of things. Like, we're so bad to our close relatives. It's nuts. Here, let's find orangutan on our tree of life here. They're within the great apes. They're within the same family that we're in. Same bigger family, at least. Here's humans right there. There's chimps and bonobos, gorillas, and then our next closest relative is orangutans. After gorillas, right there. And the Sumatran orangutan is critically endangered. There's, I don't know how many of them left in the wild. It might only be a few hundred, which is bonkers. And for what? You know? Cutting down their habitat, destroying their homes. For what? For the cheapest of cheap fillers to be put into processed foods.
And their habitats are often in the path of land clearing. In Borneo, there has been a 50% decrease in orangutan populations in the past 65 years. This is a direct result of the forest fires and conversion of woodlands for palm oil cultivation. Alongside logging and mining, land clearing for agriculture is currently one of the leading causes of deforestation. If consumers don't demand more sustainable practices soon, the products we buy can and will contribute to the loss of the world's rainforests. You can help by purchasing products that do not contain palm oil, or if they do, were made sustainably. Go to takepart.com/palm oil for more information.
So that's not bad advice there. You know, if you're concerned about this, this is a starting point, you know? Here's a link to this video, but that's not the be-all, end-all. You know? Even if every single member of this community, everybody watching right now, all 277 people, never buy another palm oil product again, that's not going to make an appreciable difference. What we need is legislation. What we need are laws around this sort of thing. I'll pause the music for now. In order to prevent this. That's the only real way that you ever make a big difference there, is that or something else that causes like a big macroeconomic change. But, you know, like we were talking about earlier in today's stream, where did that image go? Maybe it could work to our advantage, I guess. This idea that you've just got... Here we go. you've got just a few companies that kind of control everything nowadays. That's a slight exaggeration, but you know what I mean. If you could pass legislation that would force these companies to stop using palm oil, that would be a step in the right direction, and that could potentially turn things around and save the Sumatran rhino, the Sumatran tiger, the orangutan, and tapirs as well. Right now, it seems like things are trending in the opposite direction, however, especially here in the U.S. But there's elections in Canada that are going on. They've got an opportunity to choose a new leader, and if more countries around the world do this, then maybe we could have enough of an environment, new laws put into place in order to save those species. But at the rate things are going now, we're going to lose all of them. There are people that are in charge of these companies who could, basically with a snap of their fingers, save those species. But the problem is the people who got to the top of these companies didn't get there by having a love for the natural world, by having a conscience even. They got that through, you know how they got there. Through profit-mindedness, through ruthlessness, that kind of thing. So I don't know. Let's get back to tapirs.
Deforestation. Farmers are destroying the forests they live in to make way for plantations they can profit from. For the Malayan tapirs, it's palm oil plantations that pose the greatest threat.
So why is it important that we protect tapirs?
Tapirs are very important to ecology, not only as very interesting species of animal, but also they are seed dispersers.
Seed dispersing is when an animal poos and disperses seeds and nutrients that they've eaten throughout their ecosystem. Once they've been excreted, the seeds will grow into new trees, keeping the ecosystem green and full of food for other animals. So if tapir numbers decline, the whole biodiversity of the region can suffer. According to conservation groups, one of the best ways we can help to protect tapirs is by buying products that are palm oil free and supporting organisations that save the tapir habitat. And the best bit is that by saving tapirs...
Well, also by, you know, electing leaders who care about this kind of thing and want to put a stop to that kind of intensive palm oil production. Ultimately, the only solutions for these things are political. Anyhow. Mayor Space says, can they grow a crop that doesn't need so much land to equal the same amount of oil? I'm not interested in making these farm workers go destitute by disappearing a whole industry in an instant. Well, that's the thing, is that if you were able to, I don't know, if there were serious money, like, for instance, from the U.S. that went into conservation, you could find industries for these people. These are not good jobs. These people are being paid pennies for jobs that are backbreaking, you know? It's not like, I don't know. Once again, the problem is resources being funneled up to the people who have the most resources to start with. If you had a system that was designed to take care of people, you wouldn't have these issues in the first place, you know? It's not like anybody's leading a, you know, comfortable existence because of their jobs on a palm oil plantation. Like, those are slave wages that they're getting in the first place, you know? So anyway, so switching over to a more sustainable crop would be nice. I mean, there are more sustainable crops that exist. There are much better options than palm oil, things that taste better and are better for you, but the problem is they're not as cheap to produce. And these big companies, you know, it's all about profit. You could have a better tasting product that is better for the environment and better for your health, but it would be a little bit more expensive. And you can't just exploit people in Indonesia in order to get the cheapest of the cheap, you know? You could produce a lot of things domestically here in the U.S., but that would cut into profit margins a little bit, You know? And the people making these decisions in these companies, they don't want that. Last thing they want. So anyway, yeah. Back to tapirs. I don't want to get too bogged down by this.
We're also saving lots of other species that live in the same areas.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's take a look at the oldest living captive tapir here. I remember looking at this video last year for World Tapir Day. I thought it was really charming. Let's take a look at this.
I look after Kingut, who is the Guinness World Records holder for oldest tapir in captivity.
Huh. A Malayan tapir.
So Kingut was actually originally imported from Ragunan Zoo in Jakarta in Indonesia, and that was way back in 1992.
One of my roommates was from Jakarta as well
So
when
he's
I was
been
in
here for a
Montana.
long time, about 27 years, and he is definitely one of the biggest characters of all the tapirs we've ever had here.
Look at that snout.
He's very much human orientated, so he absolutely loves human attention and gets lots of fuss and cuddles every day.
Oh, loves
But he
that
does have a
brush.
mischievous streak, and particularly in his younger days, he was known to chase the occasional keeper across the paddock. As with most animals, the sweet and delicious but not so healthy things are the favourites. So he does get a healthy, balanced diet, but he gets a few extra treats because he's special. So he gets things like apples and bananas, a little bit of bread. We are all very proud of Kingut, not just because he is so old, but because of all the animals, not just tapirs, of all the animals I've ever worked with. He is one of the most memorable characters, and everyone who has ever worked with him loves him.
Hi Kingut, we are here to award you today as the oldest tapir in captivity. Congrats Kingut, you're officially amazing.
He is so old, but he's in such good form. He's really loving life. He's really active still, and he just really enjoys every day, which is really good to see.
And the Tacoma Zoo had a baby tapir born 3 months ago, says Anisha Cavo. Let's take a look, actually. Let's see if we can find a video on that here. Here we go. Yeah, at the Point Defiant Zoo, right? Yeah.
We'll take a look. The Point Defiant Zoo in Tacoma welcoming a Malayan tapir calf. It marks the second tapir birth there in 120 years. The species is rare, it's endangered. The calf is now part of a survival program to help keep it protected. Visitors will be able to see it in person later this spring.
I think there was here, this is from 5 years ago. This must have been the time before. And is this just footage with no narration? Cool. Adorable striping on the babies. Again, it looks like a critter straight out of the Eocene period. Or Eocene stage. Just wild. I love them so much. Oh. Yeah, and Crimson Carnotaurus, we did talk about the North American tapirs. I showed some photos of tapir remains found right here in the Bay Area in California. They're such lovely critters. They really are. Yeah. Here. This is largely the same video here, but here's one getting some scritches. Good stuff. baby born in July was their first month. Nice. Anisha. Okay, cool, cool, cool. It must have been a different tapir who had what, a baby there 5 years ago. Oh, good stuff. It's like when I scratch Sweetie Pie. I had my own encounter with a tapir at the San Francisco Zoo last September. Let's take a look at that.
Well, hello, Dapper Dame. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the raid. It is good to have you here. We are having
very sweetie
a grand old time at the San Francisco Zoo right now, and I'm really glad that you could join us. Check out the tapir. This is a Baird's tapir?
Hello, hello. I'm gonna get so close, too.
Beautiful perissodactyl. So, welcome, Raiders. I hope you had an excellent stream. And I'm glad you're here. Let me introduce myself real quick.
I don't know why the audio is desynced.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Today, that means hanging out at the zoo, answering people's questions, talking about the evolutionary relationships of these different animals. Oh, this tapir's investigating these ducks.
The ducks are investigating the tapirs.
To smell around. Yeah. Tapirs are very fond of the water. Looks like maybe she was thinking of going for a swim.
Oh, and very cool, Anisha.
Decided against it.
Trex computer is next to me. Cool, cool, cool.
Yeah. But look at the front feet. See the 3 toes right there? I think they actually have... It's 4 on the front?
4 in the front and 3 in the back.
The 4th one you can't see right now. There's 3 that really like contact the ground.
Yeah, so here. Tapir fingers. So they've got 4 in the front, 3 in the back. There's only 3 in the front that really contact the ground. The 4th one is kind of vestigial. It's hard to find a good picture. Yeah, 4 in the front, 3 in the back.
There's 3 in the back too. So these are of course perissodactyls, odd-toed animals. Yeah. Anyway, and do we have a little bit of a desync right now with the audio and video? Give me just a second here. Let me turn the camera off and turn it back on. And we'll see if that solves it. Give me just a second here.
Yep.
Excellent. All right. Is the audio and video synced up again? Let me know. Better? All right.
Live streams. You know how they
Good
go.
to know that's how to solve that. And
If there's not technical difficulties, then it's almost like you're not live.
We've got this beautiful Andean condor over here. Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Anywho, I'll give you a link to this VOD if you'd like to watch any parts of that. There you go. Yeah. And happy World Tapir Day to you too, Rakadactylus. Here, for you and anybody else who's just waltzed in, let me share with you a special song that I found today. This is only the 3rd time I've played it on today's stream. The Malayan Tapirs song. If you're in the mood for some Japanese bossa nova about tapirs, it's your lucky day. Good stuff.
Baku 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 baku
Black and white. And a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. Yeah. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Black and white, and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. But in the zoo, they also eat potatoes. They also eat apples. Not just nightmares. Do you know that the ear tips are white? Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. There's the Japanese wording for tapir. Very cool. Baku. Thank you, Petrodactylus. A balanced diet, says Strong. Yeah. Apples, potatoes, and nightmares. Yeah. I love the little informational interlude here. The bridge in the middle of the song. Good stuff. This really is a bop. I like this song a lot. Black, white, and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. But in the zoo, they're eating bananas. Without peeling. Good stuff. I'll give you the link to this. Oh, it's good. You tried that once, Salamander, eating a banana with the peel on it? Me too. Never again. I was very hungry that day. Like, I need the calories. Oh boy. And Jade Jader says, so the Pokemon Drowsy is just a bipedal tapir? Well, apparently. Yeah, somebody brought that up earlier. I'm no Pokemon expert myself. You probably knew that already. But, yeah, anyway. Somebody brought that up, and, yeah, it basically is, here. Kind of modeled after a Malayan tapir, in fact. Yeah. And oh, that's right, huh? There was a wasn't there a tapir in Animal Crossing? Huh. Also bipedal. Yeah, they're very much quadrupedal in real life. And she guards people's dreams? Community time? Oh, really? So, yeah, there's got to be a long-running trope in Japanese culture that tapirs are associated with dreams. I wonder if that's what the proboscis is for in Japanese mythology. It's for sucking up dreams or something. That's cool. And its evolved form, Hypno, looks like a Brazilian tapir. Is that right, Crimson Carnotaurus? Hypno tapir. Oh. Huh. Oh, these are creeping me out. Ramen says, look up Baku. I did earlier, but now that you're here, Ramen, I'll do it again. Yeah. So sometimes they've got elephant attributes, or they look very cat-like. Like the limbs are very cat-like. It really does seem like a chimeric creature, like it's made of a bunch of different parts, different critters. That one looks very tigery, with elephant traits as well. But if we throw in tapir to our search terms, we might get some that look a bit more tapir-y. Like this one, or this one especially. I'm guessing this is probably a modern illustration. Kind of done in a traditional style. That's a cute one there. Yeah. Baku. They're such cool animals. Yeah. Japanese character for Baku is the same one used for the tapir. There we go. Good stuff. Tapir are so neat. They really are. I love them so much. One of my favorite extant mammals. They're just... Oh, they're really neat. I like them a lot. Here's a goofy video from National Geographic. Much longer. But shoot, most animals have been. What are you talking about? Human beings in our modern form are like 200,000 years old. We've not been around for very long at all. There are, I don't know, what are animals that are less recent, or more recent than humans? I guess domestic dogs, domestic cats, anything domesticated. End of list, pretty much. Almost everything else is older than we are in the grand scheme of things. We're very new in the grand scheme of things. Hummingbirds? No, hummingbirds go back to what? Like the... We were just talking about hummingbirds earlier. I want to say hummingbirds go back to like the Oligocene. Oh, even earlier than that. Shoot. I don't think we've got good fossils from hummingbirds, so I'm guessing this is based on molecular data. Yeah. Here we go. Using DNA collected from 451 birds, representing 428 species of hummingbirds and their closest relatives, McGuire and his colleagues arranged the living groups in a family tree, so they did what we call a molecular phylogeny. They're using DNA to try and figure out the family tree. And concluded that the branch leading to modern hummingbirds arose about 42 million years ago. 42 million years ago. Which would put them in the late Eocene, I think? Here. 42 million years ago would be... Yeah, within the Lucian stage of the Eocene. So like middle Eocene, even. Shoot. It's pretty far back. Further back than I would have thought. When they split from their sister group, the swifts and tree swifts. This probably happened in Europe or Asia, where hummingbird-like fossils have been found dating from about 28 to 34 million years ago. Okay. So yeah. So hummingbirds, not as recent as I thought. Even wilder than I thought, yeah. Yeah. The viruses are weird because they're like half alive, says Ramet. Yeah. With most virologists and biologists don't consider viruses to be alive in a strict sense, but they do undergo they do carry out some life processes like reproduction and evolution, but yeah.
Have been around for 35 million years.
So I think the earliest tapirs, like Prototapirus, I think these guys go back like, oh shoot, only Huh. Okay, from the Oligocene. That's more recent than I thought. Hummingbirds might actually be older than tapirs. When did tapirs split off from the other ceratotheres? Evolutionary history. Let's see. Ceratotheria. No, not Ceratotherium. Ceratotheria. Please, Google. Alright. Okay. Tapiridae. Ceratomorpha is maybe what I was thinking of? Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Tapiridae. Evolution and natural history. Tapirs originated from the tapiroids, a group of primitive perissodactyls that inhabited North America and Asia during the Eocene. Tapirs probably originating from the family Heloletidae. Interesting. The oldest known members from the family Tapiridae, such as Prototapirus, are known from the early Oligocene of Europe. So, wow, yeah. It's probably that hummingbirds are more prehistoric than tapirs are. That's nuts. They've got an earlier origin than tapirs. That's wild. I didn't know that. Huh. The things you learn on twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Am I right? A tapir a day keeps the doctor away, says Crimson Carnotaurus. Sure. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho.
Never have seen this animal before, but it's been here longer than we humans have.
Way longer.
Its ancestors have been around for 35 million years. Number 2. Baird's tapir is the official national animal of Belize, the country between Mexico and Guatemala.
Nice.
Number 3. In Belize, it's called the mountain cow. Although it's not a cow, it's really related to the horse and the rhinoceros.
Yep.
Number 4. It has 14 toes.
Not on each limb. 14. Yeah, so that would be 6 plus 8 is 14. Yeah. Yeah. They've got 3 hind toes on each foot and 4 fingers on each hand.
4 on each front foot and 3 on each rear foot.
Bingo.
Number 5. Tapirs have a rubbery, highly flexible nose. Perfect for eating leaves, fruit, and aquatic vegetation, which they do.
Which they
Number
do.
6. The Baird's tapir weighs up to 700 pounds. Number 7. Their numbers are dwindling and they now face extinction because humans are destroying their habitat.
Yeah.
And number 8. Baird's tapir was named after a naturalist who mounted an expedition in Mexico in 1843. He brought back the skeletal remains of this species to America, and this was the first time it had been studied by scientists. So if you discover a new species, you might get to name it scientifically after yourself.
No, you can't. What are you talking about? You can't name... The International Code of Zoological Nomenclature dictates that you cannot name a new species, at least a new species of animal, after yourself. We might have some plant people in the chat who would be able to tell us whether or not you can name a new plant species after yourself, but I'm guessing the Botanical Code also prohibits that. But I know for sure you cannot name a new animal species after yourself. That is verboten. Can't do it. Yeah. How long has that rule been in place? At least several decades, Carnotaurus. Probably, I'd say probably at least since the 1970s. Probably longer. Could you name it after a family member? Even that is... So a few people try and skirt the rules by going, oh, I'm naming this after my grandparents who happen to have the same last name as me. Or I'm naming it after my mother who happens to have the same last name as me. You can't do that. That's against the rules. The people who named Raptorex Kriegsteini, one of the guys, his last name was Kriegstein, and that's one of many reasons why that dinosaur should not be considered valid. But, yeah. What if I did? What are they going to do about it? Rename my animal? Yes. Brought it there, yes. It will be considered invalid. It's why we have rules about this kind of thing, you know? Yeah. I don't think we have plant people, says Mayor of Space. Well, there's Hibiscus is here, and I think On the Diagonal may have been here earlier. Yeah. Have you named a species, Danny? I've not come up with the name of one, but I am an author on at least one new species of dinosaur so far. I'll show you. Here it is, right here. Trirarchuncus prairiensis, the last alvarezsaurid. And there's me, right there, in the author list. Denver Fowler was lead author on this one. But the name Trirarchuncus, this is an animal that would have looked a lot like this. The name means Captain Hook. Trirarchuncus, Captain Hook, prairiensis, of the prairie. Because we found this critter, the big claw we have here. So we've got a few different specimens from Garfield County. This one is from Valley County. The big beautiful claw that Jack Wilson found. That's this one right here. According to Denver, the most complete alvarezsaurid claw in the world. Jack Wilson, my former roommate, found this in 2015. And I'll show you a clip because we got this live on stream.
The fibula with the tibia and the femur.
Right.
And that's one of the
Denver, my old
we're
crew
not doing that
chief.
research.
By the way, if anybody would like to get a shirt like I have right here.
Yeah, so this is the model that won the Lanzendorf Prize in 2018. Boban won the Lanzendorf Prize. He made the model. So this is a copy of, and people didn't realize how curved they were.
There we go.
Claw that you've got? This claw? Oh, man. Yeah. So that's a cast, right?
What?
The claw that you've got?
No.
That's the original.
It's got the original right here. Holotype. Or at least paratype.
So this is the medium-sized one. I've shown the paper many, many times on stream.
I just did show the paper.
Yeah.
There it is.
And at the time you said this might be one of the most complete ones in the world? Given that it's got the tip at the end?
Yeah, this is the most complete one in the world.
Wow.
It's certainly the most complete one in North America. It's more complete than the ones from Mongolia. And what this shows is that the claw is very curved. Like people have said in the past that you've seen reconstructions like you can see on this drawing here. It's got a quite blunt claw. Well, that was because the original Mononychus claws, the tip is broken.
Yeah.
And people didn't realize how curved they were. Actually, one of the things that we did a lot of research on claws, and you can see that you can reconstruct the curvature of the claw by modeling a couple of circles on there. But that's relatively recently that people have been doing that. We started doing it. But this specimen, the little tip, it was broken, but it was right there next to it. And we can see how complete
I remember
it was.
that.
Just incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. So Jack Wilson found that, and there it is right there, figured in the paper. This is published in 2020, and this is the first dinosaur published with my name on the author list. So there's Jack Wilson, who found that specimen. We've got Liz Friedman Fowler, Chris Noto, Jack Horner, and there's me. And of course, Denver Fowler, lead author. So yeah. Rawman777 says, would you consider birds to be dinosaurs? My biology professor did. What do you think, chat? Are birds dinosaurs? The answer is yes, birds are dinosaurs. And that's because, as far as we understand, as far as we know, we have every indication that birds evolved from dinosaurs. And thus they are dinosaurs. Yeah. So birds are a kind of theropod dinosaur. We can trace their ancestry back through theropoda to the base of Dinosauria. Birds are living dinosaurs. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went extinct. Not completely. In fact, there are a good number of birds today. A good number of living dinosaur species. How many species of living dinosaur are there?
Over 9,000!
It's obnoxious, but yeah, it's true. Here. Birds. Aves. According to this tree, over 10,000 species. Which is, of course, over 9,000 also. But yeah. Yeah. Visibly upset says the people who saw the first fossils and went, oh, it's a lizard, really did a disservice to what they found, kind of, yeah. Yeah. However, here, let me find you a clip. There we go.
If you want to find
It's true. That's Mark Norell saying that. Thank you, Drexia. I appreciate the 100 bits and the encouragement. Thank you for your support and your enthusiasm. Appreciate you. Yeah. Not most paleontologists. I'd say nearly all paleontologists. There's like 5 out of the hundreds of paleontologists there are in the world. Thousands even. There's like 5 guys who are like, no, I don't think so. They are in an extreme minority. Just about everybody now accepts the evidence that birds evolved from dinosaurs. Yep. In some senses, yeah. Yep. He didn't know they were from dinosaurs. There was no word dinosaur at the time. He's studying these big footprints in the 1830s, and he's like, oh, these are giant birds. Oh, velociraptors from the Cretaceous. But yeah. Yeah. Reverend William Buckland. Yep. Yeah, so Buckland didn't have a lot to go on. One of the things that he had was this lower jaw here. He saw this and he thought, oh, lizard, not bird, which, understandable. You know, most birds don't have jaws with teeth like this nowadays. In fact, none of them do. So you can kind of see where the lizard thing kind of arose. Yeah. But now we realize that dinosaurs are not closely related to lizards, like, at all. Birds literally are dinosaurs. So it's best to think of dinosaurs as, like, big, weird, terrestrial proto-birds. Even if we're thinking about, even if we're thinking about dinosaurs like this is much closer to a bird than it is to a lizard. This is a Apatosaurus right here, one of the big sauropods. And when you start to really get into their anatomy and look at them, look at them in depth, it starts to make a lot more sense. The respiratory system, which you see here, is extraordinarily bird-like. Air sacs and hollows, pneumaticity, like these big pneumatic openings running down their vertebrae. They had air sacs in their torso as well. These electric blue, like, the bright blue parts right here, these are air sacs, not lungs. The lungs are right here in this kind of grayish blue. Right there. These are air sacs behind, just like you have in birds. Birds got their weird bird respiratory system from their dinosaur ancestors. That's not a bird feature, that's a dinosaur feature that they inherited. Super cool. So, neat to think about, Yeah. And there you go, visibly upset. Yeah, we've looked at that multiple times on screen before. The feathered dromaeosaurs put into the raptors in the kitchen scene from Jurassic Park. It's good stuff. Yeah. Patrick Crusader says, imagine if birds had evolved from them instead. From the sauropods? Yeah. So birds evolved from the sister group to these guys, the two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs, like Velociraptor, like Allosaurus, like T-Rex. Yeah. So yeah. And Visibly Upset says, them being more bird-like solves a lot of questions, like something cold-blooded that size would have had some thermal management issues to deal with. Yeah, these guys were warm-blooded as far as we know. Probably. It's difficult to figure out the metabolisms of extinct animals that are only known from fossils. But there's a general consensus that dinosaurs in general were warm-blooded, and the very first dinosaurs were probably warm-blooded. So if any dinosaurs later on were cold-blooded, they would have had to, like, specially evolve in a different direction to make them cold-blooded. The default, the standard package for dinosaurs would be warm-bloodedness. Does that make sense? Cold-bloodedness would be an additional add-on. That would be a surcharge later. Yeah. And warm-blooded but herbivorous? Absolutely, Drexity. Just like elephants, just like giraffes, just like hippopotamus, or just like tapirs.
Busy. Tapirs aren't the only species facing extinction. So are an unknown number of species yet to be discovered.
Oh boy. Yeah. The fight between the two U.S. dinosaur fossil collectors of the 1800s? Oh, Digital Deck, you're talking about the Bone Wars. We did almost a whole month's worth of streams about the Bone Wars in March. But yeah. That dinosaur Apatosaurus that I just showed. Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus. Both of those names were published by Othniel Charles Marsh. O.C. Marsh is one of the main combatants in the Bone Wars. Marsh and Cope are the two guys. Yeah. Check out the VODs if you want to see some of that stuff. It's a lot of fun to talk about. Yeah. And Rahman says thoughts on the many lost species of animals that have no fossils or any signs that they existed at all. Yeah, there are a lot of critters that we don't have good fossil records for. Slugs are probably a good example. I don't know if we have any true permineralized fossils of slugs, because they don't really have any hard parts. They might have like a radula or something, but I don't know if that fossilizes. They're soft-bodied animals. They're squishy. When they die, they don't leave behind hard parts that are readily fossilizable. So yeah, or octopus fossils. There you go, Claire. Yeah, the fossil record for octopuses very paltry, almost non-existent. So yeah, anyhow, visibly upset, cold and warm-blooded differentiation within a genus. Great white sharks. They do jump out literally sometimes. I think are unique among sharks as being endothermic. I think mako sharks are also endothermic. Yeah. System enables other mackerel sharks to conserve metabolic heat and maintain a higher body temperature than their environments. Their whether long-form mako is capable of the same is uncertain. Interesting. So some kinds of mako shark can at least maintain their body temperature even if they're not... They might be generating heat just by muscle action, kind of like tuna do. Tuna are another one of those species where it's like, are they warm-blooded? Kind of, maybe? Some people say definitely yes, some people say definitely no. It's like the warm-blooded versus cold-blooded is not a binary. And I make this point a lot. There are very few true binaries in nature. Nature doesn't like our neat little categories that we, as human beings, try to force it into. Nature is full of gray areas, of spectra, of lots of squishy middles and stuff like that. So warm-blooded versus cold-blooded. There are cold-blooded mammals. Things like sloths have a very slow metabolism. And their body temperature is largely dependent on the ambient temperature. Yeah, whereas there are warm-blooded reptiles. Not just birds. Birds are reptiles. Birds are a kind of dinosaur, which is a kind of reptile. So birds are reptiles. But also things like leatherback sea turtles. They can generate their own body heat. Does that make them warm-blooded? I don't know. It depends how you define it, you know? But yeah. Yeah. Nature is about variation. Bingo, Rhacodactylus. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I found 2 species of fossil slug in the Pleistocene of Southern California. They have plates that are remnants of shells inside their mantles. Interesting, Dr. Hubs. Okay. Huh. I didn't know slugs had internal hard parts. Huh. Makes sense. Snails are able to, secrete their shells. I know slugs sometimes have slightly hard parts, I think, in their mouths. The, radula, I think they use for rasping, for feeding. But I don't know how well that fossilizes. I don't even know, strictly speaking, how hard that is. What kind of a mineral is it made of? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I And yeah, Patrick Crusader says it's been estimated that there are about 7.77 million animal species on Earth. And those estimates vary wildly too. But yeah, only about 1.5 million are known, or at least described.
My iguana used to eat
Drexia.
a tray of leafy greens, then would have starved a baby rabbit. Could a large herbivorous dinosaur be warm-blooded? Wow, maybe I misheard. Thinking about a big dino sunning like a red-eared slider. Paleoscience.
I don't think that they were sunning. I think sauropods like that were warm-blooded, Drexia. Thank you for the 5 months of support. But these guys would have been extraordinarily efficient eaters. There's other research done by Carrie Woodruff here. The long necks of these guys may have been an adaptation for them to feed while exerting very little energy. They could just stand in one place and sweep their neck in like a 60-foot wide arc. Just eat all the plants in that arc like that. Take a few steps forward, maybe one step forward, and do it again. So they're consuming a tremendous number of calories without exerting much energy at all. Like central pivot irrigation. Exactly, Claire, yeah. We do have multiple lines of evidence that these long-necked guys, the sauropods, that they would have been warm-blooded. But it depends on who you ask. There are some paleontologists who think that the sauropod hiatus in the Cretaceous of North America may have been because the climate changed and it just got too cool for these guys. That's possible, but I don't know. I wonder. Yeah. And chitons have radulas made of magnetite teeth. That's so cool, Dr. Hubs. They're found as fossils? Yeah. I think the fossil record for chitons is pretty decent. Yeah. Anywho, Drexia, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me online. Here, let's get back to our tapirs here. If you'd like to learn more about perissodactyl mammals in general...
Welcome to Utah State University's Vertebrate Paleontology course. My name is Benjamin Berger, and in this video we will quickly describe the major groups of both living and extinct.
So I just want to introduce this to you. We're not going to sit through the whole thing.
These are the odd-toed ungulates that today include rhinos, horses, and tapirs.
Tapirs!
In the distant past included a vast array of interesting creatures that we will discuss quickly in this video. Now remember, perissodactyls are considered Laurasia-therians. This is a massive clade of mammals that includes moles and bats and lions and horses and deer. And most molecular phylogenies recognize that perissodactyls and artiodactyls, which include whales and dolphins, the set Artiodactyla, together form a branch of Laurasia-therians onto themselves, and these are called the Ungulata. Now, morphological phylogenies also support this branch because these mammals have hooves and walk on their toes. But once you start looking at the fossil record, there's an amazing variety of extinct creatures that appear to be ungulate or ungulate-like mammals, but don't fit easily into the perissodactyl artiodactyl groups.
There we go.
The horses, the tapirs, and the rhinos. And there's 3 extinct groups, the brontotheres, calycotheres, and insectolophids, and possibly a new Asian group, the chambeatheres. The brontotheres and calycotheres both appear toward the Middle Eocene, with brontotheres possibly more closely related to horses and calycotheres possibly more closely related to tapirs. The tapirs and the rhinos together form a group called the ceratomorphs. Although there is not strong molecular support, there is some support, similar morphology between the two groups. The insectolophids are basal ceratomorphs, ancestral to probably both rhinos and tapirs, and they kind of look like a modern tapir, but they lack the fleshy proboscis or trunk that modern tapirs have.
So again, these guys are they don't have this crazy nares like a modern tapir does, where you've got this shelf that comes off of. These the frontals? Where are these? Up here. There's my. Are they the nasals? Are those the This is probably the nasal bones right here. Bonkers. But this is that fleshy proboscis here, like you see on our modern tapir friends. In order to have that kind of proboscis, usually you've got an osteological indicator. You've got something crazy going on with your nose bones that show that you've got that. And these guys didn't have
rhinos
that.
and tapirs, and they kind of look like a modern tapir, but they lack the fleshy proboscis or trunk that modern tapirs have. Fossil tapirs are known in the early Middle Eocene, and they have a reflected nasal opening, indicating that very early on in their evolution.
Hang on. Early Middle Eocene? That's different from what we were reading earlier. He said tapirs, right?
Tapirs are known in the early Middle Eocene, and they have a reflected nasal opening, indicating that very early on in their evolution, tapirs had trunks, like modern tapirs do. Tapirs disappeared in North America around 10,000 years ago.
At the end of the Pleistocene. Quite possibly due to humans moving in, overhunting things, changing the environment, introducing fire. They really changed the landscape and messed a lot of things up. It's also when we lost the saber-toothed cats, and the ground sloths, and the camels, and the horses. Tapirs, too.
With the appearance of humans, but have survived in the jungles of South America until the present. All right, you should be able to describe the major groups of both living and extinct Perissodactyla. Thank you for watching.
Anywho, check out Benjamin Berger's videos if you're interested in this kind of thing. He goes through a lot of different clades, a lot of different evolutionary groups of fossil organisms and extant living organisms, and clades that include both. Good stuff. Yeah, he does really good work. And do I think Macrokenia had trunks? I really don't have a horse in that fight, Raw Man. You see all these older reconstructions, Macrokenia with those big trunks like that. But yeah, more recent reconstructions have gotten rid of the trunk. But I don't know. I don't work on these notoungulates like this. This is a notoungulate, right? A missing trunk. Are they notoungulates or are they camelids? Yeah, okay. So they're related to... No, they're Ledoturnans, South American native ungulates. Okay, weird. Neat. I know they've got really cool looking skulls. These are not related to tapirs, but it almost looks like something that somebody sculpted. You're like, yeah, give me a scary Halloween skull, but give it a long snout. Like, it doesn't look real, you know? Yeah, bonkers. Yeah. I wonder if I could 3D print one of these, because it is nuts. Be a nice one to have for my collection. You can get one from Gaston Design. Cool. Vertebrae, skull. I don't know if we've got the really pretty one. Anyway, you can buy it from Rob Gaston. Yeah, nice. Anywho, they are one of the weirder mammals. Absolutely, Raw Man. Yeah.
Hi everybody, thanks for joining us today. My name is
Michelle, and with me is also Michelle, and we are here at Cheyenne Mountain Zoo hanging out with our mountain tapirs. So Carlotta and Kofan are here with us this morning, and they are pretty excited because today we are celebrating World Tapir Day.
Yeah.
So they are pretty excited to party all day long with our guests. If you guys happen to be coming down by the zoo today, please make sure you come by our mountain tapir exhibit. We'll be doing all kinds of fun things throughout the day. And if you're really lucky, you might actually get to scratch our tapirs. So
I would love to do that.
More than food sometimes. And so they're gonna have a great day getting to meet all of you guys and getting some really good scritches in. Now, our mountain tapir in the wild would live way up high in the Andes Mountains in Ecuador, Colombia, Peru, and so...
That's why these guys look a bit woollier, is they're from a colder climate than your Malayan tapir or your Brazilian tapir, right?
These guys are pretty well suited for that habitat. One thing you'll see on Carlotta here is that really cool nose. And so that nose is called a proboscis.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like a big muscular spoon. And as you can see, it helps her scoop those lettuce leaves into her mouth. So out in the wild, she would be eating a lot of leaves off of trees, and she would be doing the same thing to get all those yummy leaves. Now, out in the wild, she would be living on really steep, muddy slopes. And so she has these really cool feet that help her out. Now, Carlotta is a hoof-stock animal. She has hooves, but they're split into toes. And what's extra cool is that her toes are even and odd numbered. So she actually has 4 toes on her front feet and only 3 on the back, which is pretty unusual for a hoof-stock animal. But that just makes these guys extra unique. Not that they needed it at all. They're pretty special to begin with.
Yeah.
Now, another thing you guys might notice is how furry Carlotta and Kofan are. So these guys are also called woolly tapir, and they are the only tapir species that live at high elevation, just like we do here in Colorado. They live way up high in the mountains in South America, so they need this extra thick hair to stay nice and warm. Now, Kofan's enjoying all these little scritches right here, and you might notice as we're scratching him that he has a few patches in his fur. He's actually recovering right now from kidney removal surgery. So he had a kidney removed and has been recovering really well from that, and is just doing great today on World Tapir Day. So he's ready to
Good for him.
You know, every time that you guys come to our zoo and visit, you're actually helping fund conservation in action. And our zoo members have been amazing in helping us fully fund work with our mountain tapir down in Ecuador the last few years. And, you know, we're really excited that, you know, as the world slowly returns to normal, that we're going to be getting down in Ecuador again soon and hopefully be out in the field tracking wild mountain tapir and getting those crucial GPS collars on them so we can track where they're going and help continue to save this species in the wild. So today on World Tapir Day, we just wanted to thank all of you who have helped us fund that conservation work and, you know, been members of our zoo. It means a whole lot to us, and especially to our tapirs. So thank you guys so much, and happy World Tapir Day. Come by and see us today.
Nice. Yeah. Very cool. Very, very cool. Drexia says, is this a thing? Having more fingers or toes on one set of limbs versus another? Absolutely, yeah. Probably the majority of dinosaur species are like that. Where they've got 5 or 4 on the hind feet, and then fewer on the front. Tyrannosaurus is like that, for instance. 4 toes on the hind feet. Only 3 of them actually touch the ground. You've got the little dew claw as well. It's digit 1. And then just 2 claws on the hands. 2 fingers on each hand. Mononychus and Trurarchuncus, like we were talking about earlier. 1 claw on the hand, 4 on the feet. But yeah. Yeah, that's true of a lot of dinosaurs. Some of them have no fingers. Thank you, Brontathir, for bringing this up. I think titanosaurs, I think they have no fingers anymore. It's just their upper finger bones, their metacarpals contact the ground. They don't have phalanges anymore. I don't know if we know that 1000% for certain, but I don't think anybody's ever found phalanges on these guys. It could be that they just haven't been discovered yet, but I think more likely is that they've just done away with those phalanges. They don't have finger bones anymore. Just the metacarpals, so like the upper hand bones contacting the ground. Yeah, one too many? None. I know, right, Claire? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And are cats the same way? Really, Patrick Crusader? Do they only have 4 in the back? Where's a cat when you need one? Here. Sweetie pie, mini pie. They're not dogs. They're probably not going to come when I call them. You might have to try next week, you know? I'll put a can of tuna. Yeah, like I just have cans of tuna lying around my office, Terminator Pig. I didn't like tuna even before I became a vegetarian. Anywho, tapirs. They're such cool animals. They really are, and I love them so much. Just neat. Here, before we wrap up for the day, let's play that tapir song one more time. In fact, let's run that over our credits here. There we go. There we are. Get the chords. Yeah, I don't think I've got that kind of talent, Claire. There we go. Thank you, everybody, for a wonderful stream today. I hope you had a good time. I know I did. Let's see if Fossil Preparator is live right now. We'll go right into him. Cross your fingers. Ah, no. No Fossil Preparator right now. Shoot. Let's go right into Science streams. You see him as live? Oh, show more? Oh, there he is! Yes, okay. He's at the bottom of the list. I need to unfollow some folks. We're gonna go right into Steve Clausen's channel. He's a professional fossil preparator at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. And we'll see what he's up to. So don't go away. Thank you everybody for a fun stream today. I hope you all had an excellent World Tapir Day. I hope you have an enhanced understanding and appreciation for these incredible perissodactyl mammals. They're incredibly cool critters, and I'm so happy to be able to share them with you today. Without further ado, let's go right into Fossil Preparator, and I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Same time, same place. Hope to see you there. Take care.